Start the recording here too. At the outset here, I am only going to be having on the screen with me parties representatives. We don't have the city's representative yet. Well, I did start admitting at 8:59 rather than 9 o'clock. But it is 9 o'clock now. Ms. Schultz, any idea where your attorney is?
No more than I obviously know where my unmute button is. So no, I'm sure he's on his way.
All right. Well, everybody hang tight for just a moment. Kill the chat box so I get a better view of our participants here. And I kind of already said it, but for just everyone's benefit, and the folks who really need to hear it, they're the ones that aren't here yet. But as you're joining, unless you're one of the designated representatives for the parties, please keep your mic on mute and your camera off. If you are a witness when you're called, we'll have you join us on the screen and turn your mic on. Were you raising your hand for a question, Ms. Schultz?
I can wait till you're done.
Go ahead.
Something in our internal system like kicked out Zoom. I don't know if you had to update, but I'm not making excuses for our attorney, but my guess is that Zoom crashed on him. So
That's all right. Unless if he doesn't make it here in a few more minutes, I'll just hit the city with major sanctions and we'll just take care of it that way. No, I'm kidding. I presume he's going to join us shortly, but you never know. So again, everyone else, and here's an everyone else. I am turning off your video unless you're a party representative, and Mr. Hinman and Mr. Karpman are. And I am waiting for the city's representative still so that we can get things underway. If you're here just as an observer, please keep your camera and your mic off the whole time. It just saves on screen clutter. I think it cuts down on bandwidth a bit, which is helpful when we have a lot of participants like this. And if you don't need to appear on the screen, why would you? I just assumed I were not on the screen, but I have to, be on the screen here so everybody thinks I'm still here and paying attention. If you are a witness, we will have you join us on the screen, unmuted when it's your turn to testify. Andrea, can you see maybe if you can rouse Mr. Victor out for us? Andrea is my office assistant. And for everyone present, if you hear weird noises that sound like snoring or something akin to that, I hope that it's not that any participant in the hearing fell asleep. Certainly not me, but in my office location, I have a couple little bulldogs who are very audible when they sleep sometimes. I'll just put it that way. My mic is usually pretty good at not picking that up because it's fairly directional, but not always. Oh, good. Person who just joined us went back into the shadows. Waiting for Mr. Victor. I'm going to pause the recording while we're in. Kick the recording back on, and I will officially call us to order at this point. Good morning to everyone. This is the hearing for what's been assigned hearing examiner case numbers HEX 2024-011A and B consolidated cases, appealing conditional use permit that was issued by the Director of Planning and Development Services, filed under City of Tacoma land use permit number LU 23-0228. For the record, the parties in this matter are, of course, the City of Tacoma as respondent to the appeals, but also appellant one being North Tacoma Neighbors United, which we've been referring to as NTNU in pre-hearing submissions and motion filings and all that, just because it's a nice acronym to use. And also the applicant is also an appellant, Warner Street. And, I can't believe we've made it this far without me knowing how to pronounce this correctly. Is it Amici or is it Amici? How does the applicant pronounce it, Mr. Karpman? Help me out there so I'm not botching.
I believe it is Amici.
Amici? Okay. All right, so Warner Street Amici House LLC, and I will probably refer to that entity pretty much uniformly as the applicant for short. The applicant is also a respondent in that NTNU has challenged the validity of the issuance of the conditional use permit. And so obviously the applicant, having that issued in hand, I presume, wants to respond to NTNU's issues in that regard, in an effort to preserve the issuance of the CUP. And that's what we're here to determine. My name is Jeff Capel. I'm the city's hearing examiner. I have authority over this proceeding under provisions of Tacoma Municipal Code, or the TMC, Chapter 123, specifically Section 050, as well as provisions in TMC 1305 and 1306, which are part of the city's land use code and have relevant provisions to this proceeding. There's criteria for the conditional use permit and all kinds of fun things. I will note that the appealing parties, as to their specific issues, have the burden of proof in this appeal to show by a preponderance of the evidence, which is, for those who don't know, the attorneys obviously do, but that's essentially more likely than not standard. It is not a huge burden as far as those things go in the sort of pantheon of burdens of proof in the U.S. legal system, but you still have to show it's more likely than not that whatever it is you're claiming in your issue is the case. And typically that is to show that the city's decision to issue the conditional use permit was in error. That's sort of what NTNU is doing today, or in the case of the applicant, to show that the condition that it's challenging that was put onto the conditional use permit was in error. We'll note that all testimony will be taken today under oath, so you'll be sworn in. We are making a record through digital recording, both video through Zoom, well, video and audio through Zoom, and then also my office assistant is making a digital recording, so we've got backup for all of that. I'm sure the party's representatives understand why that has to be done, but for everyone else listening, hearing examiner recordings have to be recorded in the state of Washington for the primary purpose of, if a transcript has to be made of the proceedings later on at some point, then that can be done from the recording. But I use the recording as well. Go back and review that. Wearing out the alt back arrows to listen to things over and over again on the way to making sure I heard everything right and issuing a decision. The order that we're going to proceed in today, as decided in a status conference that we had on the 9th, is that NTNU will go first. And that is typical because, as the appellant, and as I just explained, the appellants bear the burden of proof. And in most legal proceedings, the party that bears the burden of proof goes both first and last. And that will be the case here today. The applicant bears the burden of proof on its issue, and the applicant will go second. And the applicant will be both responding to issues that are raised by NTNU that challenge interests that the applicant has at this point with the CUP having been issued, but also will put on its case in chief as to its appeal issue as well. And then the city, as the only pure respondent in this matter, will go last. parties may make opening statements or opening arguments. We can do that all at once if you want to, or you can reserve and just do that at the presentation, beginning of your presentation. And well, we might as well address that now. Mr. Hinman, obviously you're going to go first. Mr. Carpman, do you want to reserve till you make your presentation for the applicant, or would you like to just do those all at the same time up front, 1, 2, 3?
I will reserve an opening statement for the beginning of the applicant's presentation. There are a couple of things I would like to say at the beginning, and just as a preface to that, and you may have been about to get to this, but due to the examiner's ruling on the subpoena motion.
Well, we'll get to that stuff. We'll get that stuff in a minute.
Okay.
Right now, I just want an answer on when you'd like to do your opening statement.
I'll reserve.
Mr. Victor, are you okay with reserving, or do you want to do something up front right after Mr. Hinman?
I'm very good with reserving, Mr. Examiner. Thank you.
All right, so we've got that out of the way. There will be an opportunity for rebuttal testimony. As I think I explained at the status conference when we were talking about order of presentation, rebuttal should be rebuttal. Don't bring a whole bunch of new evidence that should have been part of your case in chief during rebuttal. Rebuttal is for addressing things that come up after you've had your turn. So, well, I mean, the attorneys understand how that works. I don't need to explain that anymore. I will note that I do ask questions. Sometimes I'm polite and wait till the end of your presentation. Sometimes I interject. My apologies in advance if I do interject on that, but sometimes I like to get things a little bit more clarified while we're still dealing with that topic rather than waiting till the end, asking while it's fresh in people's mind. That's doesn't mean there's anything amiss. It just means that I need more clarification on something. All the parties will be given the opportunity to do closing arguments when we get to the end. And once we're done with that, unless there's reason that I'm keeping the record open or there's something that's delaying things, then I take the evidence and get to work writing. So that's pretty much the order for things today. We have some procedural matters to address before we get underway. One of them was, I will note for the record that there was a motion to quash brought by the applicant on one of the appellant NTNU's listed witnesses, Andrew Kane. My ruling on that was to hold it in abeyance, not granting the motion to quash. We're going to see where we're at after NTNU and everybody elicits its testimony from Julie Kane, and we'll see whether we really need to have Andrew appear or not. I indicated that NTNU should call Julie Kane first, so that we've got that issue out of the way, and so that somebody, whoever is the most appropriate person to do that, gets a message to Andrew that he needs to be ready to appear this afternoon sometime. And I put that we will do that after 2:45 at some point. We're scheduled to go all day, so at least till 4:30, maybe 5. At least that puts it after the period 6 bell is rung or whatever at 2:45, and presumably he'll be a little bit more available at that point. So we will deal with that in that fashion. Is there anything else that the parties need to ask or put on the record in regard to the motion to quash, my ruling, how we're going to proceed and handle that particular issue?
That was pretty much NTNU's understanding of the examiner's ruling. We are planning to call Julie King first after a discussion with counsel. We agreed that Mr. Cartman would ask Julie King questions first. Then I would have opportunity to cross-examine and then proceed with my case in chief from there.
Okay. That makes sense. So glad you guys decided to do it that way, because that probably makes more sense than Mr. Hinman questioning first and then anyway. So that agreement was made between the two appellants. Mr. Victor, you're all right proceeding that way from the city standpoint?
Yes, we are, Mr. Examiner. I was in the discussion.
Okay. Oh, that's good. Everyone was included then. Um, so let's address exhibits at this point. As often as not in my hearing room, the parties just agree up front that the exhibits are all admissible and all that fun stuff. And we get motions out of the way and they're all admitted and made part of the record up front. I don't know if we'll be able to do that with this one, but I am going to address it to see if we can. All of you submitted your exhibits to my office. We've got a lot of them. We've got almost 2,000 pages worth. I presume that you've all had the opportunity to review each other's exhibits. Well, let's just start in order presentations. Mr. Hinman, I'm going to go to you first. Yeah, I presume you've reviewed the other parties' exhibits. I presume you want all yours admitted and made part of the record. Do you have objections to either of the other parties' exhibits coming in and being made part of the record?
So in that same discussion of council yesterday, we did walk through the exhibits, which ones there would be objections to, and which the parties generally had agreement were admissible. My understanding of that discussion was that all of the city's exhibits, there's no objection from either myself. Well, there's no objection from myself. I believe it was agreed upon all those would be admissible. As to the applicant's exhibits, we have no objection to exhibits R1 through R10. And we agree those are admissible. Our objections were limited to exhibits R11 through R15, which are all related to the recent home in Tacoma phase 2 that recently passed and has not yet taken effect. We have no objection to exhibits R16 through R18, which I think are actually the same as exhibits we've submitted. And we have no exhibits to R19 through R21.
So you said R16 through R18 are okay, and then you said R19 through 21. So isn't it really just R16 through R21 that are all good?
It is. That's just the way that I was thinking about these groups of exhibits. But yes,
Okay.
that's correct. Our only objection is to exhibits R11
11 through 15.
R15.
Okay. So let's do this then. Just so we're not taking them all one at a time, because that makes things a lot longer. Mr. Carpin, then I presume you have a motion to admit and have made part of the record R1 through R10 and R16 through R21 up front. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And that motion, which I voiced for you with the leading question, will be granted. So well, I should ask Mr. Victor first too. Mr. Victor, do you have any objection to the applicant's exhibits coming in and being made part of the record?
I do not, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, so the objection only then is from NTNU's side, and we'll deal with that, I suppose, in the course of presentations then. But otherwise, R1 through R10 and R16 through R21 will be admitted and made part of the record. And 11 through 15 we will deal with as they arise. So everyone agreed that the city's exhibits are all in, and I presume then, Mr. Victor, you want to move to have all the city's exhibits admitted and made part of the record then, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Examiner. We'd move to make all city exhibits part of the record.
It's always harder challenging the city's exhibits because by hearing examiner rule of procedure, which by the way, I cite and abbreviate as hex RP as opposed to her, all these references to her made me think we were referring to a musical performer somehow. But anyway, that's the standard convention that my office uses as hex RP for whatever that's worth. All right, so we've gotten the applicant's exhibits taken care of. Where are the parties standing then on NTNU's exhibits? Mr. Victor, do you have any objections to NTNU's?
I have no objections, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, city is good. How about the applicant then on NTNU?
So for the applicant, I agree with Mr. Hinman's summary of our discussion yesterday and appreciate his convening that. I would say we had voiced kind of similar, I think just in terms of scope of hearing issues, objections to exhibits uh, 10 through A15, and we had no objections to any of the others. I will say, and I don't mean to put Mr. Hinman on the spot with this because this was with the on both counts where we got during discussion. If we just wanted to admit all of the exhibits, I guess, on both parties' lists in the name of efficiency without kind of waiving any objections to relevance or scope of hearing issues, we would not be opposed to doing that. But to the extent there are objections to some of the applicant's exhibit, then we would object to exhibits A10 to A15.
All right, so Mr. Hinman, I assume then you want to move to have admitted and made part of the record all of NTNU's exhibits, save A10 through A15, which I'm going to reserve ruling on then.
I would start by moving to admit those exhibits, A1 through A9 and A16 through A28. I also am amenable to Mr. Cartman's suggestion. We would agree to stipulate to admissibility of our exhibits and their exhibits that were objected to.
Okay, so I need clarification on that then. And I was listening to what Mr. Cartman said, but it sounded like we were going to admit them, but then we were going to make objections to them later on anyway. Is that what I understood, or are we just going to make our arguments not to their admissibility, but to their weight at some point when they're introduced, or what's the intention there, parties?
I apologize for the reversal. I guess I would say objection to the extent that we consider relevance something other than admissibility. I would say we're not waiving and assume that Mr. Hinman would not be waiving objections as to relevance as well as admissibility, but or I'm sorry, to relevance as well as weight. That we could argue about that later, but just in terms of having everything in the record and being able to reserve those for arguments later in the hearing, that we would not object as to admissibility.
Okay. Well, I'm going to characterize it this way then, and you can respond and tell me if you think I'm wrong on this. But if we are now at this point agreeing to the whole corpus of everyone's exhibits being admitted, they're admitted then, and arguments later on are going to be just to wait. When you say relevance, if we're arguing that something's not relevant somewhere along the way, if we've already admitted it, then you're attacking the weight that should be given in my determination making. If you're saying it's not relevant, okay, that's fine, but it's already been admitted if that's what we're doing at this point. And we're not going to try then to yank something after the fact, correct?
Correct.
So really, we're just talking about weight later on. At some point, I presume there'll be arguments made about R1 through R15 and A10 through A15 as to really what weight they should be given, if any, as part of the decision-making process. Is that where we're at then?
That's what I intended. Thank you for that summary.
Mr.
That was my
Hinman?
understanding of the suggestion as well.
Okay, so it's really a weight issue then. Okay, and that's fine. So at this point then, everything's admitted, correct? No one's objecting to anybody's exhibits, but at some point we may be having arguments made as to what weight something should be given as part of presentations.
Agreed from NTNU.
Okay. Mr. Carpman, I saw you shaking your head and mouth something, but it didn't come through on the audio. So if you want to put that on the audio record.
Yes, agreed as well for the applicant. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Victor, you're okay with that? I mean, you didn't have objections anyway, so.
Agreed for the city, for the record.
We're all admitted then, and my little note that I just took about what was going to get objected to, I can just toss. Everything's admitted, made part of the record, and there will be some arguments presumably as to what weight things should be given that were part of those groups that were originally intended to be objected to. But otherwise, everything has been made part of the record. And with that, then, all of those exhibits can be referred to as part of your presentations. We agreed, I think, in our status conference that the parties were going to share screen for their own exhibits when they're making their presentation. So I don't have to pull those up, which is fine by me, unless we were having problems with that. And I need to take it back over. So all exhibits can freely be referred to then at this point because they've all been admitted. And if you want to put those on the screen as that happens, please do. If you're not going to put it on the screen, though, please refer to your exhibits when you're doing that so that I can at least pull it up for my own reference here if something is being referred to as part of testimony. I think that takes care of everything I had in the way of preliminary procedural matters. Do the parties have anything before we get underway? And I'm going to go in order of presentation. Mr. Hinman first, and Mr. Carpin at the city. Anything else that we need to address before we get underway with presentations today?
Nothing else I can think of, Mr. Examiner. I think we're ready to proceed.
Okay, great. Mr. Carpman?
I guess I'd just say perhaps on a similar note, as the examiner no doubt saw from the briefing, there's some dispute between the parties over whether we want to call it what's admissible, what's relevant, what gets weight, sort of what's within the scope of the hearing. And our argument certainly is that some of the issues that we expect to come up in Mr. Hinman's testimony, and I'm sorry, Mr. Hinman's questioning and NTNU's testimony, and that was in their brief, we don't really believe are kind of properly part of the consideration under a conditional use permit. That said, because they are in the briefing, we're going to hear about them. I'm planning to ask my witnesses questions about them, and I'm also going to endeavor to keep my objections on those bases during the hearing to a minimum in order not to interrupt the flow. And I just want to make sure it's clear for the record that we're not waiving any of those arguments based on the questions that we bring up or questions that we may or may not object to.
Understood, and I appreciate your comment about not wanting to interrupt the flow. But if objections need to be made, for you to preserve your record or whatever, that's part and parcel of what we're doing. If I think you're doing it too much or too disruptively or without basis, I'll let you know. So, but I appreciate that foreshadowing there, I suppose. Anything else then?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Anything from the city, Mr. Victor?
Nothing further from the city, thank you.
Okay, all right. So it looks like we're ready to get underway then. Mr. Hinman. I will note, just for everybody's edification, whatever, scheduling purposes for the day, we will probably take a short recess mid-morning sometime, just for everybody to get up and stretch, grab more coffee, go to the restroom, whatever you need to do. 5-10 minutes, we'll find a good place where that fits in. We will break for lunch. We'll talk about for how long, I guess, when we get there. And part of that will depend on how much progress we've made to that point. But sometime around the noon hour. And then in the afternoon, my intention is to go till at least 4:30. I mean, unless we're done before then, but I'm not anticipating that. And we will take a mid-afternoon break, same as in the morning. So that's the schedule, roughly. And we are ready to go. Mr. Hinman, we're ready for your opening statement.
Thank you. You're going to hear today about a project that seeks to house 51 young adults aged 18 to 26 in a single 10,000 square foot building and 11 bedrooms with one kitchen. You'll see the conditional use permit application for that project and the plans for that project. You'll hear from the applicant about her plans and her management of similar projects. You will also hear a lot about Tacoma's needs for affordable, equitable housing, including through expansion of missing middle housing types in residential neighborhoods. What you won't hear is any connection between those needs of Tacoma and this particular project, which will not meet any of them. Much of the evidence is not disputed in this case. The evidence is going to show that the applicant is not entitled to its conditional use permit for 5 reasons. 3 of those 5 reasons are really pure legal reasons. They do not require presentation of additional testimony. They're based on arguments you've already heard on summary judgment that have been submitted to you. I'm not going to make a legal argument on those issues now in opening statements. I'll reserve those arguments for closing. But just to briefly walk through what those arguments are, to keep them a part of this case. The project is located in an R2 single-family dwelling district where group housing is limited to no more than 6 residents by the zoning code. That's the first. The project does not comply with C1 development standards that are required to obtain a Section 26 conditional use permit that the applicant has applied for. That's the second. The third is that the director did not make any State Environmental Policy Act threshold determination before granting the permit. Again, I don't expect you'll hear much testimony on those points at the hearing because they present legal questions for us to argue at the closing. You will hear testimony on the other 2 reasons requiring reversal. The first of those is the project's non-compliance with Tacoma's anti-discrimination ordinances. The evidence presented will show that the project is inherently discriminatory on the basis of both age and religion, both of which are prohibited by the Tacoma Municipal Code, Section 129. You'll hear from the applicant herself on the project's targeting of young adults aged 18 to 26. You'll hear numerous public statements emphasizing the project's discriminatory nature. Those are in statements to the media, as well as marketing of the Amici House project. You'll see the application itself, which has been admitted as Exhibit C4, which identifies youth housing as not only central to the project, but as the very demonstrated need that the project itself seeks to fill within the community. The fifth and final reason we're asking you to reverse the issuance of this conditional use permit is the basic failure to meet the conditional use permit criteria under both Section 26 and the general criteria under the code. The evidence will show that this project is not compatible with the R2 single-family dwelling neighborhood where it's been cited. You'll hear from a series of neighbors who will testify about the character of that neighborhood and the inevitable detrimental impacts of allowing this project to proceed in their community and in the city as a whole. The evidence will show that this project does not meet any demonstrated need of the community because it does not present affordable housing, as that term has been used in the Tacoma Municipal Code or the Comprehensive Plan, despite the application's representation that that is the need that it is filling, is for affordable housing for young adults. The evidence will show this project does not meet any definition of middle housing, as that term has been used in the Home in Tacoma project and its implementation in the One Tacoma Plan, or which is the same as the Tacoma Comprehensive Plan, key to issuance of any conditional use permit. The evidence will show that the project threatens the health, safety, and general welfare of both its own prospective residents by maximizing occupancy numbers for profit to the very limits of the building code, 50 residents served by a single kitchen and 4 restrooms, as well as harm to the health and safety of the entire community inherent in such a sudden and dramatic departure from the zoning code. The conclusion of the hearing, for those 5 reasons, we will be asking you to reverse the conditional use permit.
All right, you may call your first witness.
We'll call Julie Kane. Though I believe Mr. Cartman will be questioning her first.
As agreed, that is what will happen. Ms. Kane, I should have you cleared to unmute yourself by clicking buttons on mice. There we go. If you'd raise your right hand on the screen, please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give as part of this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right, and just to make sure, parties understand here that for the most part, when we're putting on a given witness, it is the intention of everyone, mine, and I think we agreed on this in the status conference, that we're going to try to exhaust the testimony of that witness when they're on the stand the first time rather than calling, recalling, all that sort of thing, which makes it a little bit different in terms of, scope of direct and then limiting cross to that scope and all that sort of thing. And especially with this first witness, since we're taking out of order and questioning out of order by parties, even more so the case. So we'll start with the most extreme example of that and then work from there. Mr. Karpman, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. King, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please just state and spell your name for the record?
Sure. Julie Kane, Julie, and Cain.
And can you tell me very briefly, just at the top, in what capacity you're here and what's your relationship with the project we're talking about today?
So I'm one of the owners of the project.
Ms. King, can you tell me about your professional background and experience?
Sure. So I started my career in finance with a company called Cornerstone Advisors, managing assets for families, and spent 12 years working in finance. And then in that time, I actually took a 3-year break and started a nonprofit called Seattle Scores, and was the founding executive director of that and grew it to be the largest after-school program in King County that's school-based. And then from that, I moved over to real estate development with a family business. I've been doing that for about 10 years. And parallel to kind of all of that, I've coached a lot of soccer as kind of a side career from youth all the way through college. And my husband and I have been doing commercial real estate for about the last 30 years.
What's Seattle Scores?
Oh, Seattle Scores is it's a really cool after-school program still going on, and it combines poetry and soccer in the inner city. And we were in 16 elementary schools in the King County area.
Thanks. And can you tell me a little more about your real estate experience, some of the other development projects that you might have worked on?
Sure. So we've been doing real estate for a long time. Over the last 10 years, I've developed 3 blocks near Green Lake in Seattle with Class A apartments and retail in the bottom, and then parking garage down below. We've done everything from strip malls to grocery anchor chains to quite a bit of residential development.
Thank you. Ms. Kane, I want to start actually by asking you about a project other than the one that we're talking about today for background. And I am sharing my screen, hopefully successfully. And we're looking here at the applicants, the appellants, the North Tacoma neighbors, Exhibit A1, page 1. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
Sure. This is a project in Port Orchard called Amici House.
And can you tell me about that project?
Yeah. So are you looking at, can you kind of research? Do you want me to go into
history of it?
Or?
I guess first, what's the building that we're looking at in this picture?
Okay, so this building was a church, and it has actually been a residence, a church, a school, a convenience store, quite a few things. And this is the building that we purchased to develop into this concept for Port Orchard.
And how did you decide to purchase that building, and how did that concept come about?
Yeah, so we live in Port Orchard, and I have coached at the high school for a number of years, and my husband's a secondary principal here in Port Orchard. So we have just had lots of relationships with young people in the area. And when COVID hit, a number of them started contacting us and just were really struggling with loneliness, with lack of community, as we probably all were during that period of time. But a number of things started coming up consistently. And really it was loneliness, lack of community, the cost of apartments and moving out of the house, and a desire for mentorship, what they were describing as just people walking alongside them. And our church's youth group had used this building, rented it a couple years earlier than that. So I was familiar with it, and it had been on the market for a couple years, and actually on and off a lot longer than that. So we decided to go tour it. And when we walked into it, we thought, this might meet the need that we're seeing in Port Orchard, because it looked very much like a house. You had the sanctuary for common areas. You had the large kitchen downstairs with a large eating area, and then you had classrooms and offices surrounding those areas. And it just kind of struck us of this might meet a need for the friends that have been calling us in those three areas and kind of match our skills with something that we have in town. So we went through a process and purchased it, and then went through a process with the city of Port Orchard, different than Tacoma, to create a congregate living facility with a specific program in Port Orchard.
And can you tell me a little bit more about what that permitting process with the city of Port Orchard was?
Sure. So it also was a change of use with a conditional use permit, and the city of Port Orchard didn't have group housing or congregate living or those kinds of things defined specifically in the code. So it actually went through a process of defining that, and then we qualified for that in Port Orchard. And through the conditional use permit process, they actually approved a specific program for this building as a conditional use.
And what do you mean by permitted a specific program?
Well, they said you can essentially do what you've applied for within the parameters of what you applied specifically. So young adults ages 18 to 28 with a weekly mentorship program and resident director on site. It's a dry house. There's just a number of things that they went through. And it was specifically reacting to this building as it was really common with empty buildings, had a lot of homelessness around it. So there were dangerous things like needles and broken windows and just a lot of things that there was black mold in it. There was rat problem. There was just a lot of problems with an empty building. And then the church, kind of to try to meet utilities and that kind of thing, had rented it to a homeless ministry, and the neighborhood was really concerned. And so the neighborhood conversation was really around not being a transitional housing, not being a homeless project because of the nature of the residential nature of the neighborhood. And so I think that's why, I guess I'm putting words in the city of Port Orchard's mouth, but I think that's why that they approved a specific project for this building.
And so you're saying under the Port Orchard permit process, the things that you mentioned at the beginning, the age of the residents and some of the internal programming of the house, those were specific permit conditions?
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to shift over to talk about the project that we're here to talk about today. So I'm just pulling up exhibit C4, looking at page 1. And can you tell me about the building that we're looking at on screen here?
Yeah, so this is the building that this hearing is regarding. It's a beautiful old church building, been on this site for over 100 years, and yeah, so that's what this building is.
And what led you to purchase this building?
So when we were in the process with Port Orchard, obviously those processes take quite a bit of time. So we expanded our search out to say, we think this is a good idea. Are there other buildings that would work for it if this Port Orchard one doesn't? This building was actually under contract to be purchased by a school, and the school's financing, my understanding is that it fell through a couple of times. And actually the week that we were purchasing the Port Orchard project, they contacted us and said, would this building work for the type of project that you are looking at? And we thought, well, maybe. And so we didn't have a lot of time. They said that, if you wanted to buy it within a week, to try to do that kind of programming long-term, then you can have it. So we did it.
And when did you purchase the building?
In April of 2021.
And I guess just to be clear, when I'm saying when you purchased the building, was that you personally or was that a company?
Oh, we formed an LLC to purchase. Yeah,
that's the applicant for this project today,
yep,
Warner Street.
Warner Street.
And who owned this building before you?
Peace Assembly Church.
And do you know anything about how they had been using the building or what they were doing at that point?
Yeah, so we did get to know the pastor and his wife. They were the people that sold it. I'm not sure exactly how their entity and relationship worked, but they had been pastors there for decades. Like, I'm not sure, 40, 50 years, a long time. And so they shared with us all sorts of things about the history of this church. It was a very active church, a vibrant community. I think they planted 10 churches out of here. They had services, 3 on Sunday, weddings and funerals, Friday and Saturday. They had community activities 4 evenings a week, and just really vibrant, fun church. And they even told us a little bit about the people before them. It's been a vibrant part of the community for almost a century.
Thank you. And let's see, we just talked about the Warner Street Amici House LLC that you formed to purchase this building. Is that a for-profit or a nonprofit business?
That's a for-profit business. It's just an LLC.
And is the business a church, or is it otherwise religiously affiliated?
It is not.
Thanks. Let's see. In terms of, I guess the program that you're envisioning inside this building, or I guess just starting with the use, can you tell me about what Warner Street Amici House LLC has applied to do in this building?
Yes, to create a group home for rental housing.
And then I guess beyond that nature of the use, what are some of the things that have motivated you to start this program, and do you have thoughts about how it will run after it's up and running?
Yeah. So as I stated before, we purchased this project with a bit of a short time frame, in that they offered to us with a week. And so initially we thought, well, all the research we've done in Port Orchard would probably be the same here. I think we've learned a lot since then, but our heart is still the same for this, of a community, building a community of residents, adults that live in a group home together. And so with that, I think to be successful, we've done lots of research of other group homes. In fact, we thought it was kind of unique when we started looking at doing this. And then what we found is actually this really isn't unique. There's lots of them around. There's even some in Tacoma. They're all across the country, and becoming more and more popular as there's a lot of buildings like this to convert or to use in a useful way. And oh, can you repeat the question? I just got off track. I apologize.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Let's just start with where we are. So in terms of talking about group housing, can you talk about what that means? Is that like what how does that compare to other rental housing? What's
Yeah.
going to be happening inside the building?
Yeah, so different from apartment houses where everyone is isolated to their own unit and rents one little space. A group house is a community, and so you're choosing to share space. So you're sharing kitchen space, you're sharing bathroom space, you can be sharing bedroom space, amenity space, living space. All of those things is you're choosing to live, oftentimes for affordability, in a community with other people. And this goes directly to the strongest thing that we were hearing from our community, is that there's an epidemic of loneliness and people are feeling lonely. And, if you're not at the stage of life where you have a natural family unit around you, or friends that you know of to room with, or those kinds of things, would there be a possibility to create a house where we help facilitate that community and help with this problem of loneliness? So again, kind of going back to those things, we really feel like a group house is it's a different type of housing. It's than an apartment house, but it's a wonderful way to live, choosing to be in community.
Is group housing the same as short-term or transitional housing?
It is not.
How do
I'll
those
object
differ?
just to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Okay, well,
Hang on. I got a rule on the objection
Okay.
here. She's testified that she's been working in real estate development for the last 10 years, is asking about a housing type. We're not throwing out, code sections and asking for legal conclusions, whether it meets that or anything. The question was just a general question about a type of real estate. I think she can answer that without it being an out of bounds legal conclusion. So I'm going to overrule the objection. Go ahead.
okay. David, can you repeat that question? So I
Yep.
make sure I-
I guess I was asking how you see this differing from what you would understand as short-term or transitional housing.
Yes. So, in my understanding, and that's basically through the process we went through in Port Orchard, that was the main concern, was that this would be short-term housing rented by the night or by the week, and or transitional housing, so people coming out of a program that need a short period of time before they get into kind of more the rental housing market. And group housing is just a housing solution. It's a type of rental house, but this is long-term in nature.
And what do you mean by long-term?
Well, we plan to have 12-month leases. There might be some, nuances with that, but that's the objective.
And can you say a little more about what people will be renting in a group house? You mentioned shared bedrooms. What kind of space would be afforded to each individual versus the spaces that would be shared?
Yeah, so the rooms in this house that are kind of divided by windows and structure, some of them are smaller and could be a single room, so you could rent that space, or some of them might be a bed in a larger kind of flat kind of room, that we're calling suites. So you're renting your bed space, and there's awesome furniture that creates privacy that we have found. That's just fantastic. So they would be divided, so you'd have an area that is yours, and then you're sharing bathrooms, you're sharing a kitchen, you're sharing living room space, they're sharing rec room space, you're sharing there'll be small kind of library space and quiet rooms. There'll be all sorts of spaces within the yard that is community space, and that's part of the group housing concept.
And would the building be used? You mentioned a sanctuary space. Would the building be used for events or services or anything like that?
The residents rent it, so we are just renting to residents to share all the space. So all the space is theirs. It's hard for me to say no events. I mean, if you have a house, you can have people over for dinner. You can have community in your home. It's their space, so it's their community, and together they may choose to have people over. I would assume they would often, probably.
Yep. I guess I was just trying to distinguish it from something that we think of as an event space where like outside groups would rent a space to hold
No.
it there or something like that.
No.
Thank you. So let's see. You talked about having looked at some comparisons where group housing is conducted elsewhere. Can you talk about some of what those were and what you found?
Sure. So Vision 16 will likely come up. They were the first one that we kind of knew of, that we talked to, and they have 5 houses like this near the University of Washington. They have one that young men specifically live in that has 57 young men, and is a few thousand square feet smaller than us. So we looked at how they operated it, what it looked like to share those kinds of spaces. The mansion is in town.
Before you move on from that, can you say a little bit more just about who Vision 16 is and what you mean by, I think you said they have houses like this?
Yeah, so they're a group of people that have run houses like this near the University of Washington. We admire them. They do a great job. People, I mean, they have waiting lists of people who want to live in their houses, but they essentially have created groups or communities that live together annually that share space. Yeah.
Thanks.
The mansion is another one that is in North Tacoma, does a great job. Assembly of God Church has them all over the country, called Chi Alpha. We looked at student housing. This isn't zoned student housing, but it's very applicable type of housing when you look at group housing and people living together. So we looked at the Greek system, we looked at dorms, we looked at suites. We looked at houses in the neighborhood. There have been a few for sale that we've walked through that have many young adults that are from the university living there. Often 2 or 3 people to a room, much smaller than ours. And we kind of looked at what is the market for these things. So we've looked at comparable housing all over the place, and there's lots of it. And
there's, I think, going to be some discussion about the number 51 and how you came up with that. And can you talk about that thought process?
Yeah, so we kind of looked at it three different ways. We started with looking at the city and state space guidelines. Those calculations all came in with numbers in the high 50s and 60s of what you could do with per square foot, bathroom usage, kitchen usage, all those kinds of things. I just talked about other group housing. We researched what other people were doing, what was working logistically. And then we also just walked the house and laid out with furnishings and creative solutions in bedrooms and those kinds of things, what would specifically work. And we ended up with the 50 residents and a resident director by just walking through and say, what would be kind of the maximum resident population be for this space? And again, I don't know that we would start with there. I think our plan is probably to start more about 40, but if this is really popular, as these others have been, what would be reasonable to grow to? And that's this process is our only kind of time and weigh it through the entitlement process to do that. So that's where we came up with the 50. Again, these are two adults who don't have to have a resident director, so that could be 51. Yeah, does that answer that question?
Yeah, we'll may get into more detail as we go. So you just mentioned the resident director, which is what I wanted to ask about next. Can you tell me about that's a figure that's mentioned through the application? What are you thinking there?
Yeah, so some programs have resident directors and some don't. Vision 16 doesn't have someone that lives on space. For example, the mansion does. So there's really a variety. We our experience going through student housing, living in dorms and suites and housing, we thought that a resident director would be useful for this house to keep everyone accountable to the house rules and to lead that process of house agreements to solve any problems that come up, to be in charge, to be around, to set culture, those kinds of things. It's not necessary. These are all adults. Some houses have resident directors, some don't. Our model that we were looking at, I think we would like a resident director.
And
but we're a ways out, so those things can be determined, as we go.
Do you have a sense of who that person would be yet?
No, this is so early in the process. We haven't even done building permits yet, and then you have to actually complete the renovation. So we're at least a year or two out from actually opening. So staffing, needs to be just a month or two out of that probably,
Understood. I wanted to again go back to a couple of the things that you were just talking about. So I'm going back to exhibit C4, and I'm on page 3 on the last paragraph where it mentions the on-site residential director, and then there's some more text here about some of the things that you were just mentioning, things like community rules. The house will be dry. Can you tell me about some of those aspects of the program that you're thinking about?
Sure. So first of all, just in concept, in a group house, you have to have agreements and norms, and how we're going to live together, right? So some of those will set in place, and some of them the residents will have a leadership structure and set their own guidelines for that. So there's kind of both sides of that. So we are willing to rent to 18, 19, 20-year-olds. Oftentimes they don't have a credit history, and it's really hard to rent an apartment. And sometimes they don't have someone to co-sign. That is usually how they would do it. And so because it's a group house sharing amenity space, our concept is to have, we don't want to be police on it and say, you guys are underage and you guys are overage. It just is simpler for us to have the whole property be dry. Smoking, obviously, for health reasons and legal reasons as well. And any recreational substance use, we decided the whole thing would be dry from alcohol, smoking, or any recreational substance on the property. So that is one that we would like to put in state. Obviously, there's some neighborhood rules that's external of us, but we would want to make sure that the residents and resident director are aware of those and keep accountable to being good neighbors. So does that fully answer that question?
Yeah. Have you worked out specifics of those rules yet? Do you have
No,
any?
again, as we've said, we're a year or two out and we've learned a lot through this process already, and we're continuing to learn and develop program. As with any business, it will grow as we learn and develop over time. Um, so no, there's no program in place and the rules aren't stated yet, but that we wanted to just be transparent of how we were thinking about this space for the neighborhood.
And have you developed leases or applications or similar materials for this project?
No, again, that will come closer to opening. And we don't even know the time frame at all of opening, as
Yep.
this is so early in the process.
Great. I want to ask you now about a couple of the claims we've heard from the appellants, and we just heard some of those in Mr. Hinman's opening. So the first issue I want to ask you about is this language that's also here on page 3 that says target residents will be 18 to 26 in age. Where did that statement come from, and what did you mean by that?
Okay, so there's a couple ways to talk through this. So first of all, when we did this, we had just come out of our Port Arthur process, and that community was really concerned that this was a specific program and project, and we made an assumption that this community would feel the same. And so some of that language came from our assumptions of similarities in Port Orchard. But also just looking at the location of it, anytime you start a business, you want to look at who do you think your end user will be? Who do you think is going to buy your product? And being just a couple blocks away from the University of Puget Sound, near the University of Washington, Tacoma, TCC, Bates, there's a lot of students and recent grads in this neighborhood. And with the nature of the group housing where we're sharing bedrooms and living in community, we think likely our target resident who we will in the future likely market towards, likely this age group might be interested. It's interesting. We just finished a pretty big project, and the first phase of that in the Green Lake area, it was about 300 residential units. And when we were planning that, you plan your architecture and you plan your colors and your programming and your art, those kinds of things around who you think your user will be and who will be attracted to those spaces. And we thought it would be all young professionals. That was really who we thought. We did lots of market studies and thought, okay, this is the need for this. And it ended up being our first 20% were retired people. And there's a PCC market down below, and they saw it as kind of a cafeteria use and walking the lake. And we were thrilled, but that wasn't our plan, and the outcome wasn't who we targeted, as I use that word of who are we thinking about our end user might be, but it's worked great. So when I say target residents, that's who I think will be attracted to this type of house and this type of space, and who we think will use it. That could be different, and that would be fine.
So can I interject with a question then quickly?
Yeah.
It sounds like to me then, is because this is a question I had going in, and we're kind of on it now. And again, I apologize for the interruptions, but it sounds like you're targeting a particular demographic, but you're not going to put restrictions on, you can't live here if you're over the age of 26. Is that what I'm hearing?
Correct.
And it sounds like you just testified at Port Orchard, you actually had some people immediately come in who were, the opposite end of that particular demographic almost, but they were allowed in and they leased space in your project in Port Orchard. Is that correct?
Well, let me clarify. I was just referring to a 300 unit building in Seattle. So that's the Seattle project where we targeted young professionals actually for that one, is who we thought.
Okay, that was there. Seattle, not Port Orchard.
And then was older. The Port Orchard project is in construction. It's not open. There's not a project in Port Orchard that is running.
Right. And in Port Orchard, it was actually the city that put the age range restriction on it, not you. Is that right?
Correct.
So is that actually a restriction they've put on the permitting there?
Correct.
You can't rent to anybody outside of this age range?
Yes, it's a specific program, so it's different than this building. It's different than this project.
Okay. But in Tacoma here, you're not intending to put an age limitation on who you rent to?
No.
Okay, it's more of just a marketing thing.
Correct.
All right. pardon the interruption. Back to you, Mr. Karpman.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. That is part of where I wanted to go. So I appreciate the question. I don't need to re-ask that there will be no restriction. There has also been some discussion of marketing, and I do want to be clear here that there's some claims from the appellants about marketing to particular tenants under city law. And so, Ms. Kane, have you developed marketing materials for Amici House Tacoma yet?
No.
And as you develop those materials, will you comply with city law?
Yes.
Thank you. And will those marketing materials be clear that there is no age restriction or preference in terms of residents of the property?
Yes.
Thank you. So I guess not to belabor the point, but perhaps to anticipate, just what we heard Mr. Hinman say earlier, there is in this introductory paragraph on page 1 of C4, it again describes this as affordable community living for young adults. And so is your testimony today that you don't necessarily stand by that statement along the lines that we were just discussing?
Correct. I will say I use the word affordability as this type of housing tends to be.
Sorry, I'm just asking about the young
Okay.
adults part at this point.
And the
We'll
young
talk
adults
about
part of it. Yeah.
affordability.
So correct. I think that that's who will be interested in this project, but that's not a restriction of this project.
Okay. And was this a narrative that was put together in the earlier phases of the permitting process?
Yes, it was. And right after we did Port Orchard, I thought that there would be a similar push from the community actually to define this as that
Okay.
happened to us the first time.
And given your experience with real estate development as you move forward, you mentioned looking at the city laws with regard to age. Are there also other city laws that you will be reviewing for how to operate the project?
Yes. So we will abide by all laws and we will have counsel help us with that as we learn.
Thank you. There were some similar discussions about, or similar claims, I guess, about religion. And the claim from the appellants is that, I guess, similarly to the allegations about age, that this project is going to overtly discriminate or otherwise take legally impermissible actions related to religion. Will you?
No, we will not. And actually never have, I don't think we've ever said that we would discriminate. You have to be a certain belief to live in this space. We have talked about our dreams and hopes for programming of this space. And again, the first one that we looked at was a group in Seattle that is religious in their program. And since then, we've learned of lots of others that aren't. And we're really developing program. Again, we're so far out, and this is a different jurisdiction. It's a different city that we've been in, and we are learning, and we will follow all the laws. We have no interest in discriminating. We do want to create a community where people come together and they go deeper with each other in relationship, and they learn about each other and learn about their backgrounds and learn about who the people they're living with are, and seek and find together in a community. And so I don't want to be ashamed or abashed of that. I think it's beautiful. And I think it's what our society needs. And I know it's what I need, is to be in friendship with others, talking about what we believe. And I want that to be a healthy, open environment. So I don't know what that program will look like. It will not discriminate. But I do hope that this is a true community and not just people sharing a bedroom.
And so I guess similar, well, first, just, to reaffirm, will people of any religion or no religion be permitted to live at the project?
Everyone is welcome to live at the project.
In the same way, anyone 18 or older is welcome to live at the project? Anyone
18 or older, that, we will do background checks and those kind of things. That is safe. It's a group house, and that stuff is safety is really important when you're living in community.
There's been, I guess I'll just pull up one exhibit. So this is exhibit, I'll start on page 1. This is exhibit A21. This is a Tacoma Weekly article from March 29th, 2024. And kind of along the same lines as the application statements I was just asking you to look at on page 12. There are some quotes from you describing Amici House as a faith-based endeavor and talking about some of the activities that might be related to that as far as internal programming goes. How should we understand those statements?
Okay, well, when it talks about Amici House and the program, it's talking about Port Orchard and the vision for that we applied for. Some of the, it's interesting. I am a person of faith, and some of these questions feel like they ask you to denounce your faith, and to me that doesn't feel fair. And so sometimes I'm answering questions personally, and sometimes I'm answering questions about the program. Let me be clear on the program is that we aren't going to discriminate, and all are welcome. And we do want to go deeper with people and get to know people. But everything I do, even apartment buildings in Seattle, is to create in Seattle, we did this awesome project of creating an urban village. And that was, for me, based in my faith of creating a place where people can walk and use mass transit and have a grocery store and a doctor and a drugstore and their haircut and their dentist all in the same block. It's awesome. It is very much what I'm passionate about and I believe. Just like this building is a restoration of a space where people gave to out of faith for this building over decades and a century to build what is there today, and it's no longer usable because it's old. But we need affordable housing. And if you build from the ground up and from scratch, it's almost impossible to make it affordable. I do that for a living. And right now, with inflation up and interest rates up and construction so high, nothing pencils. All of our projects have stopped actually this year, newly. And the construction companies are all calling us and the lenders are all calling us because what are people doing? Nothing, because it's not affordable to build ground up. So if we need 60,000 units in Tacoma, we're halfway through that timeline and we haven't anywhere touched that, even half of it. How are we going to create it? Well, we've got to use buildings that are in place and have creating solutions so people have places to live. And will this solve the problem for 127,000 new people that are moving in or the current people that don't have places to move in? No, it's 50 people. But will it give them 50 people that want to live in a community that have a need for this? Will it give them a safe, clean, wholesome place to live that they can enjoy community in? Yes. And so I think I'm probably going off the topic here, but that's passion to me. When you ask about my faith, yes, I think that there's hope in this world. I think that there's hope for people who are lonely. I think the cost of living doesn't need to be so high because we can choose to live together. This isn't a new concept. It's throughout all of human history. People have chosen to live together in community. Sorry.
Oh, thank you. I want to move to some of that, but I guess just before I move off this page, would it be fair to say that this description in the paragraph starting with Amici House is a faith-based endeavor, that does not translate to any definitive determinations about what the program will be going forward?
Correct.
And that as you make those determinations, you will ensure that you are following all applicable laws, including city laws regarding religious discrimination?
Yes.
Thank you. So I wanted to ask you next about that question of affordability. So will Amici House be rent subsidized or rent restricted, or I guess capital A affordable in those ways?
No.
In what leads you to describe the project as affordable?
So it's just an affordable way to live. So my experience with who I think our end user likely will be of young people is they're not usually stepping out of high school and asking to get into a government program. They just have a need for it to be within what they make with their jobs. And so the concept of group housing is a way to live affordably. And that's the context that I was using that word. I think it is affordable housing. I think it meets, I kind of look through the city kind of parameters of rent. There's very few units or housing types available for people that aren't making a lot of money. And this is an affordable way to live, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So do you know what the rents in the project will be?
We don't. I mean, the real estate market is constantly changing, right? I mean, we just are opening a building up in Seattle right now, and we lowered rent yesterday. I mean, you just to fill it. So the market really determines that. And if we're a couple years out, I have no idea what the economy is going to be like in 2 years. So no, I don't know what rents will be, nor have I quoted that. I've been misquoted quite a few times just based on answering questions on research that's been done of what is available and what is around the neighborhood that we've done kind of online and asking people, but we don't know what rent will be.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask you about one of those let's see, it's Exhibit A18. This is another newspaper article, so it's from February 5th, 2024. And just on page 3 of that article, it's I think Kane here is you in this paragraph, and the line here says preliminary rents would range from 500 to 900 or more a month, she said. Can you talk about that statement?
Yeah, I was surprised to see that as the public who read this article. What I believe I said, and again, there's pressure in these interviews, and it's anyway, just like this. I'm not a public speaker by nature, but we had done quite a bit of research of what is around, and what we found, like for instance, a few blocks away, University of Puget Sound has some housing, and what we found was quad rooms there. The least expensive we could find were $900 a month, and then they also required a meal plan of another $900 a month, so $1,800 a month. For a shared room. So that was one market analysis. There's housing in the area. A lot of the houses right around us rent to university students and young adults and any other resident that needs a rental room. And those seem like the least expensive that we encountered was $500. They also went up quite a bit from there.
And so if you don't know what your rents will be, how can you say that this project will be affordable?
Well, I think the market will dictate that based on the type of housing, right? So if we're comparing to a studio apartment that is, say, $1,500 a month, and it is in Port Orchard. I'm not sure what Tacoma is right now, but Tacoma generally is more expensive than Port Orchard. So a person on their own can go rent a studio apartment, $1,500 a month. If you choose to share your space, if you do it in a studio apartment, you're also sharing a room, but you have to find your roommates, right? If you're sharing your space, we kind of take that on, right? And we take on breaking up the leases and all those kind of difficult things that can be part of sharing your own space. And so that type of living just is more affordable, right? And there's not going to be a market for $1,500 a month for a shared room in a group house, I don't think. I think that range is probably closer to $500 or $600 today. So just the type of housing dictates what the market will pay, and this is an affordable type of housing, in my opinion.
Yep. I think we're also going to hear some testimony, and there was some argument in the appellant's brief that essentially there are standard apartment, 2, 3, 4 bedroom apartments available in the city where if you put 2 people in each of the bedrooms of those apartments, the rent that each of those people would pay would be quite low. And therefore that's essentially a cheaper housing option than would be available in the Amici House project, disproving that the Amici House project is meeting a need for affordability. Did that make sense as I just phrased that?
It did. I think it's as much of a question of choice. So if you go and rent a two-bedroom apartment, you have to recruit maybe 3 other people to share those rooms to make that. Someone has to be on the lease for everybody else. I lived in apartments like that. I have in the past, and there's a lot of responsibility to that, right? That would be a choice. Whereas group housing, we will have a lot more common space than you would get in an apartment building like that. So you're choosing to, one, not be on the hook for other people, not have to find your other people. You're choosing to share amenity space, but you get much more amenity space for most projects that I've looked at. So it's just different. It's a type of housing that's going to fit some people, but not everyone.
Thank you. I think I just want to ask you, let's see, a couple more questions. First, you talked about this a little bit, but on the question of neighborhood compatibility and how this project fits into the neighborhood, can you talk about why you thought this neighborhood would be an appropriate location for this house and how you see it as being compatible?
Sure. We think the neighborhood is absolutely wonderful. It's a few blocks from the University of Puget Sound. It's a few blocks from the Proctor Commercial District. It has a little cafe just a block away. It's just a great mix of residential and commercial uses. As in most of Tacoma, it's primarily single family housing. That's true of I think 88% or something of the land space in Tacoma that's residential. So we like the residential nature of it. There's as we look at who we think will use this, there's lots of rental houses and rental rooms all around it. So I think it's consistent with what is already in the neighborhood. I've spent some time this year on the University of Washington Tacoma campus right downtown, which we're close to and have transit to. And it is just vibrant, and they have almost no housing. I mean, they have one building that is full, and there's just lots of young people in the area that that we think would love this neighborhood, would love to live in a house like this in this neighborhood. So we just think it fits. When we saw it, we thought, oh, this is fantastic. And we walked the building, we thought, this is very much like a house. There's just so much space in it for people to have community and live together. So we think it's a great mix, a great diverse mix of residential and commercial. And it seems to us, as we read where Tacoma as a city is going, to be a perfect fit. So that's why we bought it.
Can you say more what you mean by that last statement? It's a perfect fit in terms of where Tacoma is going.
Yeah. So what everything we've read about Tacoma is that there's a housing crisis. And in the Home in Tacoma project, they're asking for a variety of housing. They're asking for affordable housing. In the comprehensive plan, they're asking for different types of housing. So types, tenures, different densities, different sizes, different costs in different locations. And as we've read it, we've kind of thought, man, Tacoma is doing such a great job of thinking about this housing crisis, this housing problem, and really trying to incorporate creativeness and creative styles into a city that currently almost has almost all single family residences. And for a lot of people, you know, housing prices are so expensive, they're a long ways off, if ever, for that to work for them. And so we love that vision. We love what the city of Tacoma is doing, and we want to be a part of it. And we think this is a great fit.
I think we may hear some argument that you mentioned middle housing, that there are various descriptions of middle housing in some of the city's policy documents that list sort of different types of housing options, but those lists do not specifically include group housing. Does that change your conclusion that this project is part of a housing choice strategy?
It doesn't. I think they also say a lot of things about different types and varieties and being creative. And we've gone to a number of the meetings, and that has been what we have heard as the heart behind this is, let's get people housed and let's have options for people. The word options seems to come up all the time. And this is, again, an option.
And I think my final question is, we heard in Mr. Hidman's opening the allegation that this project threatens the health, safety, and general welfare of the residents of both this project and the neighborhood. I think we may need to wait until we hear some specific claims on that, and that I may ask you to rebut later in the hearing. But just as we heard that articulated here, can you respond to that assertion?
Sure. I mean, my opinion is I think that's really unfair. I think that we very much value safety and of all kinds. Having just gone through this period of COVID, especially, I think we're much more aware as a society, but also personally of what the needs are, what the structures are, how to keep people safe. I don't think that means you can't live in community, and I think that's part of this also crisis of loneliness, of how do we fit those two together, and we really care about that. And this will be safe, and it will be clean, and it will be a good place to live.
And will you follow all residential landlord-tenant laws, noise codes, health and safety codes, any other applicable laws in how you run the project?
Yes, we will follow all applicable laws. And again, I would just say I think the city does a good job of putting forth structures of how to be safe and giving information. And I think we're happy to abide by all of it. And legally, we will abide by all of it.
Thanks. And Ms. Kane, I guess, is it your understanding that the traffic engineer whom you hired to work on this project, the civil engineer who you hired to work on the site planning aspects of this project, as well as an expert planning witness, will be testifying later in this proceeding, potentially to address some of those issues?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all my questions at this time.
Okay.
All right, so it is 10:30. Since we've got a natural break here, we're going to take our mid-morning break here. Are we okay with just 5 minutes? Do we need 10? I'm okay with just 5. Give everybody a quick stretch or coffee, whatever.
I'm okay with 5 unless Ms. Kane would like more time.
I'm fine.
Okay, and then we'll come back and continue the examination of Ms. Kane then. So it is 10:30. Please be back at 10:35. Take a quick break, and we'll continue at 10:35. So we are back after a quick break. Let me just ask a couple clarifying questions, and then we'll see who's next here. We're kind of approaching this as direct from Mr. Karpman and now sort of cross-examination from the other two. But again, NTNU called Ms. Kane as a witness in chief too, so we're not necessarily limiting scopes here and things. But let me ask just a couple of questions on what happened to this point. I'm going back to the article that was brought up where it talked about there will be, mentors and religious programming and this and that and the other. Are you planning on having a religious programming at the project in Tacoma as opposed to Port Orchard?
We haven't set the program in Tacoma yet.
So that's still to be determined?
Yeah, I mean, we have quite a bit of work to do before we set program. We don't even know the size of the house or the scope,
Would there be a requirement to be a resident in the project in Tacoma that you attend such programming if you had that
No.
available?
No.
So it would be optional. It wouldn't be a residency requirement.
Well, let me think. It depends on, I don't want to say broadly any programming. We will have things like house meetings for the logistics of the house. That's really common in these group houses. So I don't want to be stuck to no, there's never a program item that is required. We will not discriminate. We will follow all laws.
I'm specifically asking about religious programming.
No.
Okay, so there may be an optional Bible study that one of the residents, or even maybe your on-site director offers, but it wouldn't be a requirement to be a resident in the group housing facility that you attend.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I know Mr. Hinman has lots of questions for you. Mr. Victor, are you planning on, you have cross-examination on what's been offered so far? Or do you want to go at the end of it all since she's not a witness in chief for you at all? And you would be truly cross-examining then, or what's your preference?
Mr. Examiner, I have no questions for Ms. Kane.
Okay,
So,
at this point, do you want to reserve if you have questions after Mr. Hinman's done with her, or are you,
yes,
are
I
you,
would. I
are
would
you
like
enough of a,
to. I would like to reserve. I don't have any at this time.
okay, all right,
Depending on answers to Mr. Hinman, I may have one or two.
okay. All right, so at this point then, Ms. Kane, you've been sworn in, you're under oath, you're still under oath. Questioning now from Mr. Hinman.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good morning, Ms. Kane. Mr. Cartman very well anticipated many of the areas I'd like to go into, so we'll probably be covering a lot of the same issues, but I suppose he has read my hearing brief. So first, I think you mentioned we a number of times on direct examination, what we did, projects that we've done in the past. Could you describe what you mean by we?
Oh, probably my husband and I, Andrew.
Just the two of you?
Well, what specifically are you referring to? I don't remember when I've said we.
Sure. When you referred to developing a number of real estate projects in the past, you talked about some projects in Seattle and Port Orchard, and I think you used we throughout a lot of that. Were you referring to yourself and your husband?
Oh, yes. Although we often have other partners as well. And, we would work in a team.
Are there any other partners on this project here in Tacoma?
Yes.
Who are those partners?
Aaron and Jana Bates.
Do their names appear anywhere in the application materials?
I'm not sure. Well, we would apply probably as our LLC, right? So it's the LLC that would appear in the application materials, my guess.
And it's you, your husband, and Aaron and Jana Bates are all owners of that LLC?
Correct.
Thank you. I think you started your discussion with Mr. Cartman about some other projects that you worked on, particularly this other one in Port Orchard. What's the name of that project?
It's Amici House LLC.
Similar to the name of this project?
We purchased them the same week, and yes, we just named them the same.
So what is the current status of that project?
It's in the construction phase.
Do you have a sense of when it's likely to open?
Hopefully in a few months.
When did you get the final permit approval?
I don't remember.
Was it this year?
No, it was before 2020. Well, you know what? I don't remember, so I better not testify. I don't remember the dates.
Were you and your husband equally involved on that project?
No, my role is really more this stage of the process through the development of the building. So I've been much more the lead on both projects.
So what has your husband's role been on both projects?
Well, he is going to be involved more in program when program gets going.
I see.
Yeah, he has a full-time job as a school principal, so that's what he does during the day.
Do you have any other employment other than these projects?
Yes, I do real estate development, but this is within that scope, right? So this is part of what I do.
I see. And I think you mentioned this on direct examination. The LLC you formed for purposes of this Tacoma project is a for-profit business, correct?
Correct.
I think you mentioned on direct that you had been involved in some nonprofit work in Seattle. Was that correct?
Yes, Seattle Scores is a after-school program.
Did you say you were the executive director of that nonprofit?
Yes.
So you have some familiarity with operation of nonprofit entities as well?
I do, not near as much. My comfort zone is more for profits actually, which is why we're structured as an LLC.
That was going to be my question, is why you decided to proceed as a for-profit enterprise for this project as opposed to a nonprofit.
Yeah, and we may change that someday.
But the application you've submitted for now is a for-profit business.
Correct.
So you said you purchased the Port Orchard property and this Tacoma property within 1 week of each other. Is that right?
Yeah, pretty close to that. It was about the same.
And I think you mentioned on direct that it was the owners of this church that reached out to you. Is that what you said?
Oh, I think this was years ago. I think it was the real estate agent that called.
So how did they learn about your project or your plans?
Oh, I think as I said before, so the Port Orchard process took a while, so we kind of just looked online of what other buildings might work for this type of a project, and
So it was you who found them?
yeah, so we had reached out to them, and then they reached back to us. I don't know, it was months later, asking if our project would work there.
Okay. So I may
Yeah.
have misunderstood. So they did not reach out to you to invite you to come purchase the church. You reached out to them.
I mean, we initially put out an inquiry, and they reached out to us the week that we were closing on Port Orchard. I don't mean to be unclear on that. It was kind of back and forth quite a few times.
So I think you talked a little bit about some other projects that you and your husband have worked on. You mentioned some apartments in Seattle.
Yes.
Those,
My husband hasn't actually worked on that. I have worked on that.
got it. Thank you for
Yeah.
clarifying. That is not group housing, correct?
Correct.
Has any group housing project that you've worked on opened its doors?
No.
So the only group housing projects you've worked on are this Amici House in Port Orchard and the Amici House in Tacoma?
Well, Amici House in Port Orchard actually isn't defined. Every jurisdiction seems to have their own language and definitions. And so in Port Orchard, it's actually not a group house. It's a congregate living facility.
Okay. But your understanding is that it's a similar shared living space, shared kitchen, multiple people to a bedroom?
Yes.
Have you worked on any housing projects in the Silverdale area?
Yes.
Are those group housing apartments?
That is an apartment. It's a mixed use apartment building.
What's the name of it?
The Poplars.
Is there any kind of I think what you've described a couple of times as this community program for that particular facility?
So that particular facility started, it's a partnership with a church that's adjacent to it that partners with Northwest University. And the interest in purchasing that with that group of people and with the church long term is potential for a dorm type setting.
I'm sorry, I just want to unpack that answer a little bit. Which people are you grouping with in that project?
Okay, so that project is partnered with a church that's adjacent to that property, and there's a group of people that came together to purchase it. That the church, New Life Church, is in partnership with Northwest University, and they have a university on campus. And so long term, they're interested in potentially having student housing be there. Right now, currently, it is just an apartment building. It started out with hopefully a partnership to do student housing, but it just turned into an apartment building.
So it's apartments with residents.
Correct.
Is there any kind of a program that those residents are required to participate in?
No.
The terms of their lease.
Correct.
Does the lease have any provisions about alcohol, smoking, community meetings, any of the types of things that you've suggested for this project?
The current lease is not.
So have any of of these real estate projects that you've done before, do they have any type of a program that's required as part of the lease?
No.
So that the first that will require something like that will either be this Port Orchard Amici House or the Tacoma Amici House, whichever opens first.
Correct.
Thank you. When you were considering locations for your Amici House projects, I think you mentioned your first was in Port Orchard because that's where you live. Is that right?
Correct.
Where else have you looked at opening up similar projects?
Well, we don't have either of these open, so we're not looking at other projects.
Well, you selected this location in Tacoma. Did you look anywhere else before you selected that location?
Well, I mean, we were doing kind of searches online. I don't remember how broad we went. We were looking for unused buildings is kind of what we were looking for within a geographic area that we could reasonably get to.
How wide was that geographic area?
I don't recall.
Did you submit any inquiries about any buildings other than this one when you were looking at other locations?
I don't remember if we did.
So it might have been zero, only this one.
Yeah, it might have been.
All right, I'm gonna share an exhibit with you here. It's gonna look familiar. It's one that you talked about with your attorney as well. Do you see your conditional use permit application on the screen?
Yes.
And for the record, this has been admitted as Exhibit C4. Did you prepare this document?
Well, it says Axia on the top, but I did work on this document with our civil engineer and probably our architect as well.
Okay, so you hired Axia to prepare this document on your behalf?
Correct.
Did you draft any of the language that went into this document?
Yes.
Did your husband draft any of the language that went into this document?
No.
Did you approve the contents of this document before you submitted it to the city?
Yes.
Is there anything contained in this document that you disagree with?
Well, we've talked about a couple things. Again, coming off of the Port Orchard process where there was concern about homeless housing, we defined who we thought would live here because we actually thought that would become a requirement. So this young adult language that is on the screen in front of me, we won't define an age for that. So that I would disagree with. Let me read through what else is on the page here. Oh, it moved.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were requesting.
Oh no, that's okay. I'm just
pull
seeing if there's
down
anything else. But I don't think so.
So the main thing you would disagree with is that you no longer wish to house young adults in particular for this project?
Correct. We won't restrict that. Again, I think that's probably who will choose to live here, but who knows, I guess.
Would it be your preference? Do you have a preference of who lives here?
I don't.
Do you recall if it was yourself, someone from Axia, another agent of yours, who wrote this executive summary?
I don't remember all the ins and outs. I'm guessing it was me. It came probably a lot from the Port Orchard document.
Okay. Well, I'd like to walk through a few parts of this document.
Okay.
As I read the document, it starts with narrative questions on the conditional use permit application.
Okay.
And it starts, there shall be a demonstrated need for the use within the community at large, which shall not be contrary to the public interest. And I believe that's taken straight from the conditional use permit criteria under the code. Did you draft that? Did your contractor draft that?
That question, I think you're right, that I think that is just word for word from the code, the application, because we were just answering that conditional use permit application questions.
So when you answered those questions, was it you, your contractor working together who drafted the language that follows?
Well, I think we did it together.
So would you agree the demonstrated need as laid out by this application is a need for affordable youth housing in Tacoma?
Does it say youth housing? It says affordable housing opportunities for all. I think we were just quoting things from that says it's from the executive summary of the Affordable Housing Action Strategy. And I think I pulled these.
We can scroll down to later parts of the answer
Okay.
because yes, I believe this is all quoting various provisions
Okay.
from Tacoma plans, and we can pull those exhibits up as well. The Affordable Housing Action Strategy has been admitted as an exhibit.
Okay.
But so this is all talking about what Tacoma needs. So how does your project meet what Tacoma needs?
Okay. Well, let's see what we say here. So housing costs are really high. This is a solution for a housing option that the type of housing tends to be less expensive in a group house because you're sharing your space. So I think that meets a need. Tacoma is trying to build 60,000 or 59,800 new housing units. So these are 50 new housing units. Let's see, the goal of the state growth, that's the state, that's not Tacoma, that's not what you asked. Okay, I said in here, and I'm sure this did come from me, young adults are vital to the success of Tacoma. Answering that question, again, we talked about young adults being, I think that's likely who will choose this housing option, but not restricted to that. One thing we've really found with why they might be interested in this is needing credit history. So 18, 19, 20-year-olds, almost none of them have credit history. So you can go to college and that's set up for you. But a community house, for instance, if you're not in a college that provides housing for all, which none of these do, it's a little bit hard to find places to live, and sometimes they come from out of town. So that's one reason I think this might be a market for them. What was your question again?
Sorry, yeah. So the question was looking to kind of state what your answer to that demonstrated need in the city of Tacoma. As I've heard your answer, you've talked about affordable housing, and here you talk about young adults as vital to the success of Tacoma, which is why I rephrased what I view this answer to be as the needs of your project that you say your project meets in Tacoma are for affordable youth housing. Would you?
Oh, okay. Well, no, I wouldn't use those words. I think that you might be getting at affordable by the definition of affordable housing that you have to be in a government subsidized program. I think I was answering just a price point that I think will be market as being affordable for people. And then young adults, I think we've addressed quite a bit. So this won't be for just young adults. If other people apply, they're very welcome.
So, sorry, I want to unpack something you just said. You suggested when I use the word affordable, I'm referring to some objective standards, but you're not doing that.
Well, those weren't my words, but yeah, I was thinking of affordable as what people can afford.
Okay. So where we talk about the demonstrated need for a use within Tacoma. We lay out the city of Tacoma's affordable housing action strategy and the need for Tacoma affordable housing. And you're stating that you meet that need by affordability under what standard of affordability? A sort of a colloquial standard?
I guess so.
And I believe you stated on direct that you have not determined what you're going to charge as rent at this point. Is that correct?
Correct.
When it does come time to determine what your rent is going to be that you're charging for rooms or for beds, what would be some consideration factors that are going to go into that?
So I think when you price a product, you look at what the market is in the area, what the demographic that you think will be interested in the type of product, what they can afford to pay, what seems reasonable. It's interesting. I think there's some language in some of your arguments that we're just trying to make lots of money. That this isn't actually the type of project you go in to make lots of money. It would probably be more profitable to scrape it and do something bigger. So we actually want to be reasonable. That's kind of the heart of it. I don't know that that's a legal thing, but we want something that works for the community. Yeah.
So when you say it would be more profitable to scrape it and build something else there, I think you had mentioned on direct what you viewed as a prohibitive cost of new construction. Am I remembering that right?
Yeah, you're right. Right now, that is probably true. When we bought it, I guess I would have said what I just said. That is probably true. Right now, I think projects are stopped. So you caught me.
So you don't think it would be more profitable to knock it down?
I don't
something
know.
else?
Honestly, I don't know. We haven't penciled that. So I guess it's probably better for me to say I don't know. What we'd like to do is renovate and restore this beautiful building and do group housing.
And you think that will also be more profitable than demoing it to construct a different type of house?
Objection, mischaracterizes testimony.
Well, we're kind of spinning a bit here, it seems like, in spite of the objection. So, let's try to keep things moving forward. We've got 2 days for this, and given that we're already about a quarter into that, I'm thinking 2 days might not be enough. So let's try to be effective here with the questioning and keep things moving forward. I'm not gonna grant the objection, but let's keep it moving.
Can I repeat the question?
Oh, sure. Please repeat the question.
The question was, would you agree that it will be more profitable to proceed with this project than to demo the building and do an alternative housing project?
No, I don't know which would be more profitable.
So when we're terming this as affordable or not affordable housing, I would like to bring up a different exhibit, and this is applicant's exhibit R18. Make sure I'm sharing the right document. Do you see a document that says missing middle housing?
I do.
So this is a part of the One Tacoma plan, the Tacoma Comprehensive Plan, and it talks quite a bit about the need for affordable housing in Tacoma, as is quoted in your CUP application. So this document, and I'm going to find the part that I want to talk to you about here. So it defines affordability as households earning 80% of the current area median income can afford to spend no more than $1,010 per month. And I'll represent to you that that's what this document defines as affordable housing. So when you're still considering the rent you're going to charge, it's probably going to be less than $1,010 per month. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what we're going to charge. I think I've said that quite a few times.
Okay, so it might be more than that.
I don't know. It's a couple years out.
So one distinction I was going to draw between this document and my anticipated understanding of your project is your project is going to rent on a per bed basis. Is that right?
Correct.
So whatever that rental price point you end up determining, it's going to be that much for each bed.
Correct. Well, I mean, they might vary. I don't know that it's uniform because there's some single rooms and some shared rooms. So I don't know if that's what you're insinuating, that it's all the same.
Single rooms. Do you mean rooms where there's only one bed?
Correct.
I am gonna briefly bring up the site.
Okay, I guess it depends on. I guess it depends on. Okay, well, I guess I'll say this. It sounded like you said every bed was equal, and I don't want to be tied to that. I'm not sure. I think people are going to rent for the space. There's a double room. It might be different than a quad room versus a loft. I don't know that. Those aren't questions that I can answer yet.
So my recollection of the plans for the building are that you have a total of 10 bedrooms, which range between 3 beds and 7 beds. Is that consistent with your understanding?
No, we've had a few iterations of the plan. I would need the plan in front of me. There's one smaller bedroom that definitely wasn't 3. So if we had 2 on there, then that would be 2.
I don't know if it automatically shared the new PDF I pulled up. Do you see your site plan?
It's tiny. Let's see. It's in the middle. It's not that long.
Can you identify which exhibit this is for the record, please?
This is exhibit C3.
Okay, I need to go to a different floor. Let's see, try common space. Okay. Oh, it's interesting when you put the conditional use permit in its preliminary plans. Yeah. Okay. What you said is probably realistic. What did you want me to answer?
So my understanding from looking at exhibit C3 and the site plan and building plan that you submitted is that there are 10 total bedrooms other than the RA loft, which house 3 to 7 beds each. Okay.
That I guess that looks correct.
Let me hang on. Let me interject with a question here, though. The site plan that we're showing up here as C3, this is not something that has been approved by the city and locked into any permit at this point, correct?
Correct.
I mean, you can't do that without having the conditional use permit in place, and the conditional use permit is still on appeal.
Correct. What I believe the conditional use permit.
Okay, but you answer the question correct. Let me guide the questioning here, please.
Okay, sorry.
This site plan, is this a site plan that shows your desired 51, or is it in compliance with what the director conditioned you down to at 29?
We have not done one for 29.
So this is the 51.
Yeah.
Okay, so this isn't even approved through the conditional use permit that the director signed off on, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there are going to be changes to this site plan, assuming if the conditional use permit were to be upheld at 29, you've got to drastically revise this in any event, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so all that is to say, Mr. Hinman, I'm gonna let you continue questioning on, but I'd like to see us not get too hung up on a site plan that isn't approved right now in any sense, even through the conditional use permit, which conditions things at 29 occupants right now. With that said, Mr. Hinman, back to you.
With respect, Mr. Examiner, I know the applicant has also appealed and is seeking approval of this project from you as well. So I think
This is true, but we're still dealing with the preliminary site plan. Well, never mind. Go ahead and continue on with your questioning.
so. I think what led us to the site plan is our discussion of likely cost of units in this facility. And I know that number has not been determined yet, but what we were discussing is how it was going to be determined and whether that would be on a per bed basis. And I think you mentioned it might be a different price point depending on how many beds are in a bedroom. Is that all still up in the air at this stage?
It's all up in the air.
Okay. So now that we've kind of moved off of, and I'll bring this back to the C4 exhibit we were looking at, which appears to be on a different window. Do you see C4 again now, your application?
Yes.
So we've been talking about what affordability means in the city of Tacoma and what it means when it's used as stated in the Tacoma Comprehensive Plan. And I think we've come to agree with the director's assessment in his decision that when you use the word affordable, you mean it as an adjective as opposed in the legal sense. Correct?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's true throughout all of this.
So if we're talking about what it means in a colloquial sense or an adjective sense, as to use the director's word, would you say it just means you believe your project will be cheaper than housing elsewhere in Tacoma?
Okay.
Is that right?
Well, I don't know about all housing elsewhere in Tacoma. I mean, I think that this type of housing generally is an affordable way to live, to share your space.
So in this plan that I'm going to scroll down a little bit here. This is all addressing the demonstrated need and not contrary to the public interest. The next you address the next prong for a conditional use permit, that the use shall be consistent with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan and the Tacoma Municipal Code. Do you see that?
Yep.
Excuse me, Mr. Hinman, would you mind just citing page numbers as you're going through these exhibits?
I can do that. And I'm moving to page 4 of Exhibit C4. And the first, I believe your application, as I read it, it walks through these 7 goals presented by the One Tacoma Plan for housing in Tacoma. Would you agree that that's the approach the application takes?
Yes.
And this first goal brings us right back to what we've been talking about, promote access to high quality, affordable housing that accommodates Tacoma's needs, preferences, and financial capabilities in terms of different types, tenures, density, sizes, costs, and locations. So in your answer to how your project meets that housing goal, I see you import a couple of tables about housing costs in Tacoma. Do you see that?
Yep.
And you state in the sentence above that, by nature, all of our units are affordable and will add to the unit numbers within the lowest 2 monthly cost categories in the below charts. Do you continue to believe that?
I do. So you're talking about time value of money, right? So you're asking me 2 different questions. One is what will it be in the future? And this one was relevant to the time. Like if we were open and we were looking at that, what we would charge, right? So you understand it's a little bit different. I think this is applicable to the time that we applied. you know, these tables may change in 2 years. And so it's hard for me to quote what we will do in 2 years, right? And what these numbers will be. So
So,
what I was referring to is applicable to the tables as they are currently and what we think we will charge. What you're asking me last question was what we will charge in 2 years. And I don't know. Or whenever we open. Might be longer than that, I guess.
well, I think you just referenced what you think you will charge. But as I've tried to get at that question, the answer I keep getting is that you don't know. So,
Yeah, I'm just pointing out a nuance of you're asking me to quote what we would charge in a couple of years versus I think the point of this goal and this question is within these tables that are in current dollar terms, right? Like today's value of money, what would be charged, and that's fair. I do think we clearly would be under $1,000 for sure. I think we'd be under $900. I think we'd be, well, we're starting in Port Orchard about $500, and I think that's about market right now. So if we're talking right now, it's easier to talk about. If you're talking about when we open, I don't know when we're going to open, and I don't know what the market will be. So that's how I've been interpreting your questions.
but if and when you open, it will be based on the conditional use permit you got through this application, correct?
Correct.
And in this application, you're stating that the units for this project will be affordable and will add to the unit numbers within the lowest two monthly cost categories in the below charts.
Okay, and I think I've explained why that is. Our perspective on why we applied the way we did.
So if you're saying that you can't know what it's going to cost in a number of years, and you're not sure what rent you're going to charge or what you're going to rely on to determine what rent you're going to charge, how can you state with confidence that you're going to add to the lowest two monthly cost categories, even in a few years?
Well, would today, if these categories are the same. I feel like I've answered that quite a few times.
We can move on.
Okay.
Let me just interject here. A conditional use permit doesn't allow anything to be constructed. It's a use permit. And conditional use permits, they're sort of an exercise in forward looking, trying to apply it to the present. And I think that's some of the difficulty in the questioning and the answering that we're just dealing with here a little bit. Because the conditional use permit is always generally granted based on what the property owner is intending to do at some point. But it's fair for Ms. Kane to say, I don't know what rents will be, but here's what we were projecting at present. And conditional use permits in their entirety are an exercise in that type of forward-looking applied to the present. So, to the extent that we can all have that understanding, that's how I view them. I'm the decision maker here. Within that framework, if we can try to work with that as best we can, but it's perfectly fair to say we don't know for certain what rents are going to be when this is actually built, once it's actually built, based on, Mr. Hinman is absolutely correct to say that whatever gets built will have to be put into the framework of this conditional use permit when things are actually applied for construction permits to actually do something. So, go ahead, Mr. Hinman, continue.
And I would to clarify why I'm pushing down into this point, despite the
I understand why you're doing it. I just wanted to provide a little bit of framework for how I view it. Again, a conditional use permit looks forward, applying things to the present, and so it inherently it's an awkward exercise in trying to bend the space-time continuum somewhat. And it's difficult from your standpoint, Mr. Hinman. I get that in asking what you're trying to do, but it's also perfectly fair when you're asking about things in the that have yet to come to pass at this point to say that she doesn't know for certain. So
And that's why I'm trying to
that's your mission impossible.
nail down exactly how we are assuring that this project meets this condition of affordability under the comprehensive plan.
Well, okay, go ahead.
So we have talked about this first prong, these tables, and what affordable housing means. So one thing you went into with your attorney on direct was the comparison of this project to the price point of other housing in Tacoma. And again, this is difficult to do when we don't have rental numbers, and I'm not going to keep taking us back to that same place. But so I do want to pull up a regular 4-bedroom rental house in the neighborhood. This is admitted as Exhibit A9, simply pulled off of apartments.com. Do you see me sharing the listing?
I do.
And it's charging $2,795 for a 4-bedroom.
Are you asking me a question? Do I see that? I see it.
Thank you.
Okay.
So would you identify this house as affordable housing?
I don't claim to be an expert in affordable housing.
Okay. So my understanding of your project is, well, let's look at this house a little bit longer. So it's 1420 square feet. If we put the maximum number under the building code, that would allow for 7 residents. Just doing a quick calculation. Just under $400 per month in rent, with 7 residents sharing 2 bathrooms and presumably 1 kitchen. Do you disagree with any of that? Do you think that's likely to be similar price point, cheaper, more expensive than your rooms or your beds?
I don't know. It's a different product, right? So we're doing a group house where not one person is on the lease, sharing with everyone else, kind of doing the facilitation of that. It's a totally different product. So I don't know. I think I've been really clear. I don't know what the market will be when we open.
So you view your role as more of a kind of an organizer of people who are going to live in this project?
Right. So group housing provides those services for the resident.
What services are you referring to?
Well, for instance, you're saying if 7 people were going to live in that lease, generally the way that works is that one person is on that lease, right? And that they find roommates and then charge out the lease. It could be different. I mean, I don't know that property owner, but oftentimes property owners won't put 7 people on the lease and be accountable for all the changes in and out, right? So that's just one property that one person has to be able to afford, and then they can rent out the rooms. If you're saying is that what you're saying?
That's what I was suggesting, yes.
That's what you're comparing. Yeah. So our model is different, right? Where we would serve our residents in providing kind of that process where they are just renting one bed and they're not on the hook for everybody else's bed, right? So what then they can afford is one bed versus one person in that other model has to clear whatever background checks, credit checks, rental history checks for $2,800 a month. So there's really a difference in that product.
So I do want to go back to something you said in your answer to that question.
Okay.
I think you said that the person who rents out that unit might not want to deal with the likely in and out of 7 different people living in their apartment building. Do you
That
think
wasn't
that,
exactly my words, but yeah, I mean, just that concept, right? You kind of understand what I'm saying. Like that person takes on the role of the facilitator if that's their model, if that's what they're trying to do, if they can only afford $400 a month, how are they going to get on a lease for $2,800 a month? So just it's a different product.
I see. So would you be taking on a similar risk in this project of people kind of coming in and going out on a regular basis?
Right. If all the leases don't start the same day, that is true of any, you know, building with more than one lease.
Do you have a sense of how long a typical lease might be for in this project?
Yeah, as I testified before, we target 12 months, but there might be some nuance around that.
What do you mean by nuance?
Well, someone might need a lease for 9 months and some might want a little bit longer lease. I mean, we're targeting 12-month leases.
So fair to say you'd be open to whatever range of months someone were suggesting?
No.
So what can you elaborate on what you mean by nuance then?
Well, I just did. I mean, if a month or two or a few months here before or after, but our target range is 12 months.
So target of 12 with flexibility.
Correct. That's really common in this kind in any kind of apartment market, right? What I'm differentiating is, as we talked before about transitional housing, we're not renting by the night, we're not renting by the week. The leases are longer term in nature.
I see. By longer term, you mean longer than a night or a week?
Well, I think I've answered that our target is 12 months.
Yes, you have. Thank you. So I believe I still have the C4 conditional use permit application on my screen. Do you still see that at page between 4 and 5?
I do.
So walking into this next goal of the One Tacoma Housing Plan is to ensure equitable access to housing, making a special effort to remove disparities in housing access for Black, Indigenous, and people of color, low-income households, diverse household types, older adults, and households that include people with disabilities. Do you see that?
I do.
You appear to have a one-sentence answer to that goal. The building will be handicap accessible and young adults of all ethnicities will be welcome. Is that right?
Correct.
Did you draft that answer?
Again, I think I did. We kind of did it in a team process. I probably did.
So I would like to walk into how this project meets this goal to ensure equitable access to housing. Are there any other ways that you believe the project meets that goal?
Well, I don't know. I mean, that's what we put in there. What are you at? Can you be more specific on what you're asking?
Yes. I'm gearing up to specify my question better.
Okay.
So I know this may have changed in your examination with your counsel on direct or since you submitted this application, but the terms of the application state that the goal is to provide youth housing. Is that right?
Well, we've talked about this young adult concept a lot. We won't discriminate, and any age is welcome. It will be handicap accessible. I think that's pretty clear. All ethnicities are welcome. That is very true.
So I want to walk through some of the materials I've reviewed about your project outside this application. I think we've already covered the fact that the application itself does state that the goal is living for young adults. Is that right? Even if you no longer agree with that.
Well, I think it's important to be clear though that anytime you have a product, you think about who the end user is going to be. And I think that that's likely. I think we've also been very clear that we're not going to discriminate on age. So I'd like to answer it that way.
Is that clear on the application, or do you mean in your statements today?
I think it's clear that that's how we are defining it. So
in the application?
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, we're spinning again. Let's move things forward, please. There's been a lot of testimony on that today. I'm not sure what the utility is of trying to tie her back now to language in the application. This is a de novo proceeding. The testimony today is more germane at this point than statements that were made in the application. She has stated at this point that there was a targeted tenant range in mind, but that will not be restricted and limited to that. I mean, I can't see any landlord doing that. If they got somebody coming in who's willing to pay the rent, that's usually the premium on renting to someone. Let's move forward.
Well, I would like to walk through some of the marketing that I've seen of the Amici House.
And if the intention of that is to try to tie her into some sort of box saying we're only going to rent to people of this age group, that ship has sailed. So let's keep things moving.
With respect, Mr. Examiner, the Tacoma Municipal Code 129-100 does not just talk about discrimination as willingness to rent to a particular protected class. It also talks about marketing materials that are aimed toward getting tenants of a particular protected class.
So Mr. Hinman, I'm going to ask a question. Thanks. I intended to ask this at some point in the proceeding anyway to NTNU. NTNU's issues about religious discrimination and age discrimination, would those issues not be taken care of entirely by me conditioning the conditional use permit to not be able to discriminate on those bases? If I added that in as an express condition that they cannot market specifically to any age group in particular, and that they cannot make religious participation, affiliation, any of that kind of thing a condition of the conditional use permit, doesn't that take care of those issues?
I think the problem with that condition is that it undermines the core of how they're claiming that this project meets the conditional use criteria. Because if we look at how this is claiming to say it meets the needs of Tacoma, it's saying the needs of Tacoma are for affordable youth housing. That's how we're going to slot in and build this facility. That's why I've been walking through, well, is it actually affordable? And is it even lawful to target specifically youth housing? So that
which they say they're not doing anymore. As the testimony today has been clear to me, at least.
Then I think what they need to do is submit an application for a project that doesn't discriminate.
Well,
because
this is a de novo proceeding, Mr. Hinman. The testimony is new as of today. My decision will be new as of this hearing. Obviously, the application is backdrop to how we got to today, but this is a de novo proceeding. And you're trying to tie them back in and put them in the box of the application. And unless you can give me some legal authority for how that is germane, I don't see what the utility is of trying to stick them back in that box still, which it sounds like we're doing with the testimony, and which is why I've been saying we seem like we're spinning.
Well, I know we're here on an appeal, Mr. Examiner. The director granted
and it's a de novo proceeding. It's characterized as an appeal, yes. But we're not limited to the record of the application.
So I will gear the arguments towards how, assuming those limitations are placed on the project, there will be no age or religious discrimination, how in that event it still does not meet the conditional use permit criteria.
And if that's how you choose to proceed from this point forward, that's fine. But yeah, anyway, mine was just a question. But I mean, it also goes to arguments that have been made by the other parties here too. To say that they're going to discriminate in that matter says essentially that they're going to violate the law, and they can't do that. And I don't think the application at this point now, based on testimony today, was ever intended to violate the law. But if you can show how that's not the case, still your witness.
Thank you.
We are going to break at noon for lunch, just so we know where we're headed here. We've got roughly 26 minutes. Not saying you're limited in your questioning to that. We can certainly pick up with Ms. Kane after lunch, just telling you where we're headed.
Thank you. So one thing you talked a little bit about on direct examination was the program that you would have in place for this facility. I think you mentioned a program at Port Orchard and a program on this project. Is that right? Is that the word you used?
We don't know what that will be.
So do you know what the program is or will be at Port Orchard?
It's specified in our permit.
In the Port Orchard permit?
Correct.
Who drafted the language of the plan?
I don't remember.
Was it yourself?
Of what plan? Drafted what language?
I don't know. I understood us to be talking about a community program for the house in Port Orchard, and you said that it was a part of the conditional use permit Port Orchard had placed on it. So I'm asking who drafted the language of that program?
Well, we drafted language in our application, which would have been probably primarily me, but trying to think if we had counsel on that. But actually, what came out in the conditional use permit was actually drafted by the hearing examiner for those conditions.
So you proposed a series of conditions, then the hearing examiner issued a decision granting the permit, which included those same or similar conditions.
Correct.
And one of those conditions was about the age of the tenants in that facility.
Correct.
Did you draft that condition originally?
I don't remember who drafted what. I did a lot of the application.
Your goal in both that project, your goal in that project was to market to youth in that community, correct?
Objection. I think we just went over this.
Still feels like we're spinning.
I can move into a different area.
Well, I'm not upholding the objection, but I am saying that it feels like we're getting into a lot of kind of asked and answered territory on things, for what that's worth.
Well, I'm trying to nail down what a program at this facility is going to look like as it is here. We can, let's go back to the
Well,
condition.
and if that is the intention, I am going to sustain the objection, because the testimony to this point has been, we don't know what the program will be here, because it's too far out still to say. And I think we just got that answer again. It was on direct with Mr. Karpman, but again, just a moment ago here on your own questioning.
I will walk to a different part of the conditional use permit application where I believe this is, realize I'm scrolling quickly. I hope I'm not making anyone dizzy.
Scrolling is a fact of life in these. Don't worry about it.
I believe this is page 25 of what's been submitted as Exhibit C4. And it's some narrative answers to questions that were provided about the project. Do you see that?
Yes.
So in your answers to some of these questions, we have a reference to the same term we're talking about, the program. How will the dry house rule be enforced? The program will be enforced via the lease, staff, and leadership structure. That's the program that you have not prepared yet?
Correct.
Well, hang on a second, though. Let me interject with a question. Ms. Kane, do you consider having this being a dry house to be a program of some sort? I mean, what is the program? That seems more to me like that's just a condition of the lease that
Yeah, I guess that
you don't
you're
have
right. That's
alcohol,
not
you don't smoke
program.
marijuana.
Program
I
would
mean,
be like the
marijuana
mentorship.
is legal in Washington, but you can restrict it in housing. I mean, I know my son lives in an apartment in Seattle. Marijuana is not allowed in his housing there, but there's no program. It's just a condition of the lease. So, do you consider the dry house aspect to be programmatic somehow? And if so, explain that to me.
You're right. No, I feel like maybe I got led into that a little bit. The dry house is just a dry house
Just a
for ease
condition
of
of the
management.
lease, isn't it?
Yeah, condition of the lease.
Okay, Mr. Hinman, back to you then.
Sure, I'm just using the terms as they appear in this application. How will the applicant enforce behavioral conditions, attending group meetings, studies, or mentoring? So are those a part of the project you're applying for?
We don't have the program set for this. We don't even know how many residents will be in the group house yet. So
Well,
that
see,
was
and
my
I'm
question,
going to
right?
interject again too, because I had this question going in from the Port Orchard materials. The Port Orchard material said there would be a required mentoring program, there would be group meetings and all these things, and it looked to me like they were going to be required. Is that the case? Is that going to be the case in Tacoma?
No. The Port Orchard program is a different entity. It's defined kind of by what our program was that we applied for, and they dictated how it will be. So
there's not going to be a mentoring program in
there
Tacoma?
could be a mentoring program.
Will it be
And again, I
required?
think you're asking, are they required? And the answer is no.
Or is it required in Port Orchard?
Yes. Well, we don't have a program. We don't have a lease. We don't have anything for Port Orchard. We're still in construction, but that is defined in the conditional use permit that we do the program that we were applied for, which has a weekly meeting with mentors.
So the city ended up imposing that as part of the conditions in Port Orchard.
Yes.
But it was something but it's
different than here.
That it was something you proposed originally, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Back to you, Mr. Hinman.
So we're comparing, we've kind of been walking through this program in Port Orchard and what the plan is for this house. Yeah. Your original vision, was it that these would be similar projects?
Our original vision was that they would be similar projects, and I think we've learned a lot in the process. Yep.
Is that still your vision?
I think they will each be unique.
Based on the requirements of the code in each particular city?
Correct.
The next question is, this is a co-ed house. How will things like harassment be enforced? We will have a process in place to ensure safety for all residents. I assume the answer to that is something to be developed, as we've been hearing.
Yes.
Do you have any thoughts about what that process might look like?
Well, there's a lot of best practices that we can draw from, which we will.
What might be some sources of those best practices?
Student housing is a common source. Like there's co-ed dorms, co-ed group houses. But I think that likely is where we'll draw from, because it's been pretty defined and some great solutions.
So looking at some comparisons with that student housing model, one difference between your project and a dorm or a number of students living in student housing is a residential director is going to have kind of the disciplinary force of the university behind them, right? So what kind of enforcement mechanisms might you have to enforce any kind of program or codes of conduct? Well,
again, student housing isn't the only one. So I don't want to be like locked into, yes, we are a dorm, because obviously we're not even zoned as student housing. So let me back up to your last question and say student housing is one. I think that is one that we'd be foolish not to look at. I think there are other group houses. There's senior housing. There's all sorts of housing that has co-ed. In fact, most housing is co-ed. So I think there's lots of places that we can get safety standards and guides from, as well as developing our own.
Do you have any examples other than student housing?
Well, any of these houses, the mansion in Tacoma, I think they're co-ed. They're we're not really to that yet, so we'll have to do some research. But it's really common, probably more common than not.
So this goes back up to some of these other questions that I think the city was asking. I'm now at C4, page 26. So it says here that you researched group housing in Tacoma and met with other landlords providing similar models. Who are those other landlords you met with?
Oh, we've met with a lot of people. The mansion was one of them. I can't remember. There's another gentleman's name who actually gave us some furniture. I can't remember his name. Yeah, so I'd say those two, but I can't remember his name. I apologize. I didn't know that question was going to come up.
How many people reside at the mansion?
I think there are about 30.
And it's a group housing facility, shared living, shared space, like the project you're proposing?
Actually, I'm not an expert on what their zoning is. It is similar.
Do you know how many are in a room?
I don't.
Do you know if the rooms are co-ed?
I don't think they are.
So I also want to talk about how you arrived at this number of 51 residents.
Yeah.
So and then this is the first question it appears that the city answered on page 25 of Exhibit C4. And you state here the code using 51 residents as a guide. We compared 51 plus the resident director to the applicable areas of the code and then reference the building code. Did you review the building code for this? Was this something that one of your contractors did that work?
I am not an expert on the code, so I don't remember who did what, but we do have counsel, and I believe they're testifying later.
So here it discusses the maximum capacity as the gross area divided by 200. So you put here that 11,090 square feet would allow for 55 residents.
I think this actually came from calculations by our architect, actually. I think just a recollection there. So yeah, that looks like what it says.
Was it you though who selected 51 as the target occupancy number?
Well, I walked through that before of we looked at the code, so that's what these things are from our architect, right? And what kind of the legal parameters are. And then we came to the 51 just by walking the building and looking at furniture and actually laying out measurements and what we thought would work for people.
And that's how you arrived at the number of 51. It wasn't based on the building code.
Well, we wanted to make sure we were more reasonable in the building code, right? That we were being legal. So we looked at the building code and then we laid it out by furniture layouts and that kind of thing.
So I know looking at some of the details of this site, and I'm sure I'll go into more detail with your contractor on this question. but it states that the existing building is 9,680 square feet. Are there some modifications you're doing to the building to increase that?
Yes.
What are those modifications?
So the biggest one from a square footage standpoint is on one end of the building, there is a balcony. And in the preliminary drawings that are shown on here, we show a balcony on the other side as well that mirrors that.
So it's an addition of balconies.
Yeah.
Okay. And without those additions of balconies, this would be the square footage of the project.
I think so. The square footage is nuanced. That also proposes taking out a stairwell and adds quite a bit of square footage from that. So it might be both of those things.
So, and this was maybe more in my discussions with the examiner than with you, but we were talking a little bit about what is fundamental to this project versus what's something that is subject to change, still in consideration, kind of up in the air at this point. So in your mind, what is at the core of this project that you've applied for that would not be subject to those future changes?
I'm not sure I understand. Can you be a little bit more specific?
Well, I mean, looking at the executive summary at the start of the conditional use permit application, reading, the Amici House project will convert a church building into affordable community living for young adults finishing their education, completing internships and apprenticeships, and starting careers. That's one of the first things you put at the top of this application. Is that right?
Correct. But I think this proceeding, conditional use permit, is a land use question, right? Of what can be permitted on the property, and what we're applying for is group housing. So I think what you asked is what's central to this process, and I think it's that we're applying for group housing for this project, for this property.
So that's kind of your end goal, is to get a permit for group housing. The rest of it, all you could kind of give or take. You'll figure it out as you work on it.
Yeah, and I think what we defined here, what you say in the first is who we think the end user will be. And I still think that's likely true. I mean, we're 3 blocks from a university. We're within close transit to a number of universities, including 2 with more than 10,000 students. I mean, I think likely that is who will choose to live here. So I don't think it's inconsistent, but the purpose of this, I believe, is what is the land use option for this property? And we're applying for group housing up to 50 people with a resident director, or 51 people. As they're all adults, you probably don't even need a resident director.
So taking this project as you are now stating it, as opposed to how it may have been originally intended, you agree you're still required to meet the same conditional use permit criteria, correct?
I think it's consistent.
So those criteria require you to show a demonstrated need for the use within the community at large. That demonstrated need, could you articulate that demonstrated need in light of the project as you are now understand it, as opposed to how this application understands it?
Yeah, no, I think it's consistent, the application and now, just of is there a need for housing in Tacoma? I think the city of Tacoma has been really clear that they're in a housing crisis and that they need a variety of housing options. And in fact, they're committed to doing 60,000 new units, almost 59,800, and 127,000 more people, according to the state of Washington, are going to move into Tacoma. So I think there's a real need for housing and different types of housing. I think that's clear.
Okay, so just an addition of housing into Tacoma neighborhoods, that would be the need that you're meeting.
I think that is a need that we're meeting, and I think this is a creative housing type that has a lower price point, as shown in these graphs that you're showing down here. So if it wasn't a time continuum and you were saying what would we charge today, we would definitely be within the lower two categories. And there's only 11% on one graph, 29% of housing on the other graph, and there's lots of people within those. So I think it's a clear need. It says different types, tenures, density, sizes, costs, and locations. Yeah, I think it's a need. I think it meets the goals. I commend Tacoma for having these goals.
So
And so
I hold on.
what,
Save your question. We'll pick up with that afterwards. I'm going to interject here and just sort of address a couple of things before we break for lunch. We are going to break for lunch from 12 or whenever I shut up here in a minute, to 1 o'clock. Going back and addressing the subpoena and the quashing and all of that. It seems to me that if I decide to have that subpoena stay in place and Andrew Kane come in to testify, it may very well be tomorrow. We're one witness and we're about a quarter of the way through the 2 days that we've got planned. I am going to cut us off for today at 4:30 because this hearing isn't the only thing that goes on in my office, and I do need to coordinate with my staff at the end of the day on other things. I need to have that last half an hour to be able to do that. So I don't know if the parties were. I guess I have to ask first off, is Andrew Kane available tomorrow for testimony to address that and make sure we've got that sewn up? Because honestly, I was looking at having him testify at the end of the day if we still found the need for that, but we've got enough other stuff in between probably that I don't know that we'll even get to him until tomorrow.
Mr. Examiner, Ms. Kane may be able to address this. I will say that based on your ruling, I spoke with Mr. Kane and he reserved this afternoon, and I said he could release tomorrow. And so I guess I would ask that if he is required to testify, that he be permitted to do so out of order
Well,
based on the time that he reserved in his schedule.
That's part of why I asked. So next question then is Mr. Hinman, not holding you to this, but for purposes of planning today, I'm trying to figure out how much additional questioning you have of Ms. Kane so that we can figure out that. Because we have to finish with her before we make the determination on Andrew. And I want to figure out where that's going to put us in the day, possibly.
I think very little additional questioning. I think it'll be pretty brief after we return from lunch.
Okay, that's all right. Again, not holding you to that. You ask her the questions you need to ask. But do you thinking when you say fairly brief, you're talking half an hour, maybe?
I would say between 15 minutes and half an hour.
Okay. And I am gonna give the city the opportunity to ask Ms. King questions as well. Once that is done, then I think we're going to address the issue of Andrew Kane at that point before we move on to additional witnesses. And Mr. Carpman, you're saying that Andrew Kane can be available 3 o'clock-ish today, correct?
Yes, I will also have some redirect for Ms. Kane, but probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Okay. And we need to figure out how that's going to work, where we're putting it all on, two people's witness from a witness list on, because I don't want to get into a real ping pong of redirect, recross, et cetera. We need to get all the questions out there at some point, but I do, since this is your principle here, I do anticipate that some redirect will probably be warranted.
I could also reserve, I'm anticipating, as I said, that I'll have some rebuttal questions from Ms. Kane after we hear from the appellant's witnesses, so I could potentially reserve redirect questions until then to limit the number of questioning periods.
Well, that's up to you.
Okay.
I try not to interject too much in how things are presented, but I already have done a fair bit of meddling to this point in this one already, but I don't see me being the one to decide that for you necessarily at this juncture. Is there anything else we've got procedurally at this point, scheduling wise, that we need to address before we break for lunch? Mr. Hinman?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Kaufman?
I'm sorry if I missed this, Mr. Examiner. If I'm going to try to get in touch with Mr. Kane during lunch, should I tell him to plan on keeping this afternoon available, or would you
Yeah,
still?
no, if that's what I said, and we will accommodate him today if that's what we end up doing,
Thank you.
not tomorrow. Okay, I thought maybe tomorrow would maybe be a better day for him if we pushed it off to that. Sounds like that's not the case. So we
I
will
can ask.
accommodate.
I just told him he could release it, so I will find out.
Good to ask. Mr. Victor, anything from the city?
Nothing from the city, Mr. Examiner. Thank you.
Okay, one last thing for everybody attending. While we break for lunch, you're all muted and your cameras are off anyway. It's kind of an annoyance to me if everyone disengages from the Zoom and then comes back after lunch and I have to sit there clicking admit over and over again. So, I mean, you can still do that, but my preference is that you leave yourselves connected and just go do what you're going to do with your cameras and your mics off so I don't have to admit you all over again. With that said, we are in break. It is 12 p.m. We are in recess for lunch until 1 p.m. and we will see you at 1 o'clock sharp. Thank you. I guess I should say that again now that I started the recording. It is 1 p.m. and we are back after our lunch recess on the first day, Thursday, December 19th, 2024 of our hearing. We've got all three parties counsel back on the screen, and we were in progress with NTNU's examination of Julie Kane, and we will pick that back up. Only thing before we do that is just if anyone has anything scheduling wise, Mr. Karpman, maybe anything from Andrew Kane about his preference if we make him take the stand still for whether he'd like to put that off to tomorrow or do that today, as I had originally indicated.
We'd prefer that to do that today, if that's all right.
So, okay. All right, and excuse me. We'll do that at a logical place where it fits towards the end of the day. But my intention was, after I looked up what their school schedule was, that the last class got out at 2:45. Sometime after that, I don't know. Shoot, maybe he's less busy when class is in session. I don't know.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
Anything else anyone has to address or report or whatever before we get back into the examination of Ms. Kane?
Nothing from the city.
Nothing here, Mr. Examiner.
All right, Ms. Kane, if you're online, if you could join us back on the screen. There we go.
Okay.
You are still under oath. And Mr. Hinman has some more questions for you. So back to you, Mr. Hinman.
Thank you. Just a few. I think we covered most of what I wanted to go through this morning. So I just want to close with a kind of a couple final issues. So the director granted your conditional use permit application, which we're of course here on appeal from, but put that limitation of fewer residents than you applied for. Would you intend to proceed with that project with that number of residents in the event that decision is sustained?
Yeah, so our hope is to do so. We will need to get back with our architect and go through numbers and make sure that it works. There definitely will be changes to the plans if that is the case.
And then do you have any plans or thoughts about what you're likely to do with the site if the conditional use permit is denied?
I don't.
I don't have any other questions.
Well, it was a good one. I was going to ask that one if you didn't. So the first one anyway, not the second one necessarily, but so Mr. Karpman, are you wanting to wait until rebuttal, or do you want to do some redirect here now? Well, actually, I guess before we go to full redirect, since we said we were going to exhaust questions of a witness, sort of direct. Well, but the city didn't have Ms. Kane on its witness list, so I don't think so. Do you have questions for her, Mr. Victor?
Mr. Examiner, I do not.
Okay, that makes it easy then. So back to you, Mr. Carpin. Redirect, or do you want to wait until rebuttal?
I will do some redirect if that's all right.
That is all right with me.
And I understand rebuttal at that point will be limited to rebuttal. A good afternoon, Ms. Kane.
No.
I just wanted to ask you about a few of the things that you talked about with Mr. Hinman. So first, Mr. Hinman asked you at one point what's at the core of this project, I believe was the question. And I just wanted to show you Exhibit C1, which is the decision that we're here to talk about today. And on page 2 of that decision, under findings in the section that says proposal numbers 1 and 2 here, where it says the applicant is requesting the CUP to convert the church into group housing, and then talks about in number 2 what the proposed work includes in terms of the alterations to the building. Would that perhaps be a fair description of the core of the project?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hinman asked you about I think at one point asked if you would agree that the demonstrated need the project is meeting under that CUP criterion we were talking about was affordable youth housing in Tacoma. And so I just want to make sure it's clear, although I know we went around on this, that do you characterize that need as affordable youth housing or as something else?
Yeah, I think the need is overarching as housing, and youth is one category of that. But I think there's a great need for housing in Tacoma.
And so, given what we've said about how some of those descriptions in the application may do not apply to, something like a restriction or what you're intending to do going forward. Looking at page, I believe it's 13 of the city's decision here, that same exhibit C1, under conclusions, bullet number 3A here, which is talking about that need. Would you, I guess, agree with this paragraph that begins with the words, "There has been a consistent demonstrated need," as far as how the project is addressing those criteria?
Yep, for
that
more housing
criterion?
options that will increase housing choice and affordability. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Hinman was asking you at one point whether it would be more profitable to proceed with this project rather than demolishing the building and doing some other kind of project. And you had said you were not entirely sure. Was that answer based on market and what you described as construction conditions, or something inherent in the profitability of a project of this nature?
We haven't run numbers for anything else, so it's impossible for me to answer that question.
Thank you. There was some discussion also, I guess, while we are in this document, I wanted to go to page 15 under conditions, number 1, where it says the proposal shall be developed consistent with the attached site plan, including providing the curb and gutter, on-street parking, and sidewalks shown on the site plan. So, sorry, just the way Zoom is to get to the tabs of the exhibits. Okay, so on exhibit C3, page 1, is this page 1 a site plan of the exterior, the building footprint, the parking spaces, et cetera, which I'm going to be discussing later with Mr. Goro?
Yes.
And can we see that from where it says site plan at the bottom right under Axia?
Yep.
And your testimony, I believe, was that some of what's shown on the other pages of this document, the floor plans in terms of specific bedrooms, that those interior alterations might potentially change depending on the number of residents or other considerations that may arise at the building permit phase. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But regardless, moving forward, regardless of how many residents, will the project comply consistent with these site plan features and the other conditions of the permit as shown and described here?
Yes.
Thank you. There was also some questions about the bedrooms that they're shown here. Ms. Kane, are these descriptions of looking at page 2 of this exhibit 3, for example, 3-bed, 5-bed? Are those descriptions of the capacities of those rooms in terms of how many beds you concluded could fit in there?
Yes, and actually those numbers I think came from the architect.
Okay. And I just wanted to ask, because there was some discussion of who might be in what room, in terms of how the project is leased, how many people you have living there at any given time, what are the needs of the tenants or of the project at that time? Is it possible that these bedrooms will not house as many people as this capacity suggests at some point?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Let's see, I wanted to go back to I guess the question of affordability, which I know you talked about a fair amount, and at one point, I believe Mr. Hinman asked you if you would call this what you mean by affordability a colloquial standard, and you had said that the phrase I wrote down was this type of housing is generally an affordable way to live, to share your space, and so I just wanted to ask you more what you meant by that. What is it about this type of living arrangement that enables the kind of affordability that you are talking about?
Sure. So when you're building a building, the most expensive pieces of the building tend to be the bathrooms, the kitchens, the places where there's plumbing, that kind of thing, as well as yeah, I mean those are probably the most important things. So if you are making this into a number of individual units, you duplicate that work again and again and again with different areas where the plumbing has to come in and out. And so when you share those common spaces, the bedrooms themselves are less expensive to form, and so it just makes the cost of development more reasonable. So therefore, you can offer more affordable prices when you rent rooms.
And is there also I think you got into this a little bit. Is there anything about just market conditions or your understanding of the rental housing market where you would expect living arrangements of this nature to command rents at a particular level or a general high or low level?
Yeah, I think again when you're sharing space like this and deciding to live together, I think it tends to be a lower market rent.
And Mr. Hinman asked you about the charts, or table 2 and table 3, which we see at page 4 of exhibit C4. And I just wanted to make sure it was clear how you were describing those. So I guess would it be fair to characterize your testimony as the monthly costs that we see on the left side of these charts are essentially describing segments of the rental housing market in terms of relatively low or relatively high, but the specific rental amounts might change at any given time?
Yes.
And was your testimony that you would expect, based on what you just said, that this project would meet a need in the lower categories of what those happen to be at the time when the project is rented?
Yes.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Hinman had a few questions about North Tacoma Neighbors Exhibit A9, which was my PDFs are slow to load, but as you may recall, the listing for the 4-bedroom apartment with a monthly rent of $2,795, and you had responded that was a different product, and I just wanted to make sure it was clear what you meant by that. So are there differences in the product based on the physical space that the differences in physical space that would exist between a rental housing unit like this one and the project that you're applying for?
Yes.
And what relevant differences might there be there?
Well, I mean, I haven't seen pictures of this, so I don't know what it looks like, but our space has a huge sanctuary that will be programmed with lots of different amenities. It has a huge rec room area that will be programmed with lots of different amenities. It has a much bigger kitchen, although it's shared. the bedrooms likely, if it's 1,400 square feet, the bedrooms are likely much bigger. Our bedrooms are, a lot of them are over 300 square feet, some are over 400 square feet, which is huge for a bedroom. So I think that's different. Also, I think I mentioned kind of how you would do a rental agreement is different. So just in every way, the product is different. Does that answer your question?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
And there was, I think he asked about the role of the word he used was an organizer in I guess leasing or organizing housing, like the group project that we're talking about today. I understood that to be kind of comparing, or your answer to be comparing the role of a property manager or somebody like yourself with respect to the project we're talking about today versus one of four or more roommates in a apartment like this, and essentially saying those are different roles that go along with it being a different type of product. Is that right?
That's right.
Is there anything else you'd want to say about that?
I think the only other thing I'd say is someone who could qualify for renting this house would also, usually one person would need to qualify to be able to rent $2,800 a month or $2,795. That also is a big barrier to entry. Versus someone in ours would need to qualify to rent, say, $500 or $600 a month.
So you're saying that even if a 4-bedroom apartment such as this would have 8 roommates in it, one roommate's income would need to be sufficient to cover the entire monthly rent, presumably?
Usually it is. Usually that's the way it works.
Okay, and you're saying that that would be different in the type of housing that you're planning to develop?
Correct.
Yeah. I think that was all my questions for you, other than was there anything else that Mr. Hinman asked you that you'd like to give a further response to?
Nope.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so for purposes of exhaustion here, Mr. Hinman, anything that came up in redirect that you think you need a brief recross on?
Just a few brief points.
Okay.
First, touching on just that last thing that you said about the need to qualify for an apartment as opposed to your project. Will you be requiring any kind of rent qualification for your proposed tenants? Is that something that's still to be worked out?
It is still to be worked out. We will have a process that's consistent.
So that'll be required for them as well.
Yes.
Bringing up an exhibit that I think your attorney just brought up as well. This is exhibit C1. Do you see the director's decision on your screen?
I do.
And this is page 2, the same part I believe you were just discussing with your attorney. In your redirect testimony, you characterized these findings as the core of your project. Is that right?
Yes.
You did not draft these, correct?
Correct.
This is the description of the project that the director drafted?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. The last thing I just want to touch on, you talked about the ability to save by cutting costs when you have shared space, a shared kitchen, shared facilities. Do you recall that?
Yeah, development costs.
Yeah. And I understand why the development costs would be related to the rent that you're able to charge and make a profit. But from the perspective of a tenant, whether that rent is affordable, the development costs are kind of irrelevant to that. Would you agree?
Well, I think what any landlord charges is related to their costs on the project.
Yes, I would agree with that. But you still have not stated any amount that you are planning to charge for this because that remains all to be determined. Is that right?
Correct.
So going to, let's see, This is C4 again with those same tables you were just looking at with your attorney. You see the application page 4 on your screen with the two affordable housing tables.
Yes.
So I had thought that when I was asking you questions earlier, you had agreed that you weren't committing to any particular price point of rent or affordability standard. Can you elaborate where you stand on that?
Sure. I think I was consistent. I think his question was worded a little different than yours. So you were asking in 2 years, would we be in this lower 2 level categories? And I don't know where we will be in 2 years. He asked if we are opening today, would we be in this category? And the answer is yes.
So
Well,
you do.
but hang on. I'm going to interject there because I think he asked you when the project's done, you would still anticipate having your rents come in somewhere on the lower end of these charts. And you answered yes to that too,
Yes.
is what I heard.
Okay. So let me, I think in my head, I've been consistent all the way through. So.
Well, and mine too, but.
Okay.
But I think what Mr. Hinman is getting at is what I'm sort of getting at here,
Okay.
trying to clarify. What I heard Mr. Carpin ask you ultimately at the end of his questioning here, clarifying on the information in the tables, was that at some point when you're open and operating for business, you're still anticipating having your per tenant room rents falling somewhere in the lower range of these monthly cost areas. And I thought you answered yes to that question. And I think that's what Mr. Hinman is getting at. Although I don't know, maybe he's still trying to pin you down on a specific rent amount, but I'll let him determine that.
Okay, well, that is correct, and that's what I'm trying to say.
I thought he asked you the same question that I just kind of rephrased. And you said yes when Mr. Carpin asked it, you said yes when I asked it, but we were kind of going somewhere else when Mr. Hinman asked you that.
Okay, he's asked me so many times. I thought he was asking what rent was going to be in 2 years. I would anticipate that it will be in these lower ranges. Okay. That is what we're shooting for. That's the model that works with this project. Does that answer that question?
That gives me the clarification. And I thought that was maybe where Mr. Hinman was going, but I'll let him speak for himself now after
I apologize if I wasn't clear. It's hard to say things the same.
I think that resolves the main point I was trying to get at, but and just as a final point of clarification, these charts refer to the monthly cost of units. And when you use the term units here, you are referring to beds, correct?
Correct.
Irrespective of whatever use of units this table, as it's found in the One Tacoma plan, may be using it.
Yep.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Carpenter, are you okay saving anything else you might have for a possible rebuttal slot?
I am. Thank you.
Okay, good. The ping pong ends then. Mr. Victor, last chance going gone. Questions from the city for this witness?
I still have no questions, Mr. Examiner. Thank you.
All right. Well, there's something to be said for your consistency then. So before we move on to our next witness, we need to address the issue of Andrew Kane. And as I indicated in the ruling on the motion to quash the subpoena, I said that we would figure out whether we still needed him after we had Julie on the stand. And we've had Julie on the stand now. And the reason that I did that was because the applicant side was saying, we don't need Andrew Kane. Everything that Andrew knows, Julie knows. Julie is more the primary here. Andrew has nothing to add beyond that. And going with that and going with Mr. Kane's schedule, I said we'd hold this in abeyance. Mr. Hinman, it was your subpoena to Andrew. What do we need from Andrew at this point now that we haven't got from Julie? Because that's really what I'm looking at as to whether I compel him to be here or not.
And I have a suggestion that might alleviate the need for a ruling.
Go for it.
It feels to me, we've heard that there's a lot of kind of uncertainties and things that are to be determined about this project that are not set at this time, that it all remains up in the air about the program and the rent and a number of these other factors. If the applicant's willing to stipulate that those are, Andrew King's testimony would be he does not have any information about those that Julie King did not have. And the record is clear that the applicant does not have answers to any of those questions. Then I don't see a need to make him go on the stand and testify to that effect, if that's what he would say.
Okay, Mr. Karpman, you want to respond to that?
I do. I think I would agree with what Mr. Hinman said in principle. I'm not necessarily willing to adopt all of the wording that was just used, but to the extent that we could stipulate that Andrew's answers to the questions that have been asked would not differ from Julie's, we're certainly willing to do that. That's been our argument thus far.
Well, and what we're kind of sounds like we're kind of characterizing here right now is that characterization that I threw out earlier, that assessing whether to grant a conditional use permit or not is an exercise in forward looking and then trying to apply that to the present, and that's always the case. That's it's always what happens, and very often, after a conditional use permit is granted based on a proposed project at the time, the project changes, and if it materially changes, then you end up back in front of me or back in the with the director to determine whether you have to go through a modification process or not, and additional scrutiny and approvals. But I don't think any conditional use permit that gets granted ever stays exactly the same as the projected project is at the time the application is made. It's the nature of real estate development. So Mr. Karpman has offered his characterization of what the applicant is willing to stipulate to, essentially that Andrew's answers wouldn't be any different than Julie's. Mr. Hinman, does that fall in the same territory that you were looking at and willing to stipulate to?
Yeah, I don't think if the answers are all going to be the same, I don't think I need to walk through all the same questions and
Okay.
hear the same answers.
All right, and so I guess we have a stipulation, then we've got it here verbally on the record at this point now, for purposes of resolving whether Andrew has to come in and testify or not. The parties feel like you need that stipulation rendered to writing and signed and made part of the record, or are we good with just the verbal agreement on it here at present? I don't feel like I need it in writing, but the parties may differ on what they feel like needs to be in the record or not.
I think an oral ruling is fine.
I agree.
All right. Well, given that, it sounds like we are in agreement based on that stipulation, then that we do not need Andrew to join us here in the Zoom hearing room. And with that said, we are ready now for whatever the order is that Mr. Hinman wants to present now, without having it being imposed on him by me at this point, with his witnesses. We've taken Ms. Kane, and we are ready for whoever you want next, Mr. Hinman.
Mr. Examiner?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I think you said this before the break, but did you say that we are for sure ending at 4:30 today?
Yeah, I have today. I have only one of my staff present. She is union. I cannot keep her past 5. We have other stuff going on besides this hearing.
I have no concerns. I just wanted to clarify.
Okay. Yeah, I'd love to be able to go to 5, especially since we're only done with one witness at this point. But I need to have that last half an hour to just wrap up and address other things before the end of the day. So, all right. So, Mr. Hinman, who do we have next?
Yes, as a next witness, I'd like to call someone I think is currently in the Zoom call, Mr. Derek Woodworth.
Derek Woodworth. He is indeed.
I am here. And here's my video. Howdy.
If you raise your right hand, please, on the screen. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give as part of this hearing today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Mr. Hinman, you may inquire.
Good afternoon, Mr. Woodworth.
Hello.
Could you start by please stating and spelling your name for the record?
Yes, Derek Woodworth, Derek Woodworth.
Thank you. What's your current address?
3308 North 24th Street. I'm sharing alleyway with the proposed project, and we're about 3 houses down.
Have you been on the call for much of today for this hearing?
I have. I missed about a half an hour from like 10 to 10:30, but otherwise have been present. Yes.
So you're familiar with what we've been discussing and the proposal that this hearing is about.
Correct. Yep.
Is the proposed project near your home address?
It is. Yep. 3 houses away. We share an alley.
How long have you lived at that address?
My wife and I purchased the house back in May of 2019. So about 5 years, 5.5 years.
Were you in Tacoma prior to that?
I was born and raised in Tacoma. Went to college at UPS, then lived in Seattle for about 9 years, and then back in 2019 is when I moved back down to Tacoma.
Are there currently any multi-family units in that neighborhood? Any residences that aren't single-family dwellings?
So there's, we're a good, half mile, 3/4 mile from Proctor, where like the big multi-families are. But in terms of, I think there's a duplex kitty corner for me one way. There's another duplex kitty corner for me another way. Probably there's like a courtyard apartment kind of thing by Cook's Tavern, which is about 3 blocks away. So, yeah, so I'm not sure if that correctly answers your question.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a sense for the kind of character of the neighborhood and what's currently there.
Okay.
In your mind, is this proposal similar to those other multi-family housing projects that are in that neighborhood?
Short answer is no. I don't know how much you want me to elaborate, but I would say no.
Sure, go ahead.
So the duplexes that I mentioned, I would say you wouldn't know that they're there unless you really looked hard, or like knew who they were. So they're compatible with the neighborhood. They blend in very well. And then once you start getting, I think I spoke of the Proctor apartments. So I mean, those are on a main arterial. They're a lot further away. And then the courtyard, I think, is right where you start to kind of tread into that different zoning. So yeah, I'd say it's very, very different in a lot of ways, which I imagine we'll talk about here in a little bit. But
is it also higher just number of people than those other?
Oh yeah,
buildings?
For sure.
So have you discussed this project with Julie or Andrew Kane?
I have. So, and I don't know how in depth you want me to get on this. So I've been in a couple meetings where they were present and speaking, and I've spoken at some of these meetings too. So the very first meeting we went to when, we got the postcard that said, hey, here's the potential permit that's coming, 51 people, yada, yada. So our neighborhood met at, I think it was nearby like elementary school. It's actually a couple miles away to talk about it. And actually, it was pretty cool. Julie showed up, super brave of her to do it. And so she spoke a little bit about it. So I heard her speak at that. And then probably, I don't know, a couple weeks after that, Andrew Kane spoke at a North End Neighborhood Council meeting, talk a little bit more about the project, to which I followed up with him probably a couple weeks after the fact to get a coffee one-on-one with him. And we actually toured the building together. And then I think the next time we heard from them was at City Hall during the public comment part where Julie spoke again. And then I think that's about it. So in summary, heard from them at a couple meetings, but I had, I'd say one-on-one conversation with Andrew.
Did you share any concerns you had about the project with either of them at those meetings or one-on-ones?
Yeah. And I think, the very first one at the elementary school, I think, there was a lot of confusion. No one really knew what was going on. Again, really brave of Julie to come up and kind of talk a little bit about it. I think there somebody say, "Hey, how much you putting into this?" And she said, "Oh, a couple $1 million." And we're still kind of basic fact gathering, a lot of emotions running high. And then at the North End Neighborhood Council meeting, and I apologize because this was 10 plus months ago, and Andrew gave a presentation, and I think we were all excited because we were going to hear more about, okay, here's what our leases are going to look like, and here's the type of residents we think we're going to get, and here's what the floor plan and what we're thinking of doing. And quite frank, all we really heard were a couple of buzzwords and, hey, we're going to mow your lawns, that kind of stuff. And I actually spoke up at this meeting. I said, hey, look, on behalf of the neighborhood, I think the reason why you're getting a lot of frustration is you're not being open and honest with us about what this project is. We've had to dig deep in the city permit records, and like prime example, we're at the North End Neighborhood Council meeting, and simple stuff of how many residents are going to be there, what do the bathrooms look like, or what's the living situation. I mean, none of that wasn't even remotely addressed. And sorry, I'm kind of going off on a little bit of a tangent here, but as this thing has evolved over the past year, take today, for example, this is the first time that I've heard that this isn't an age discriminatory or faith discriminatory thing. It's just, we just keep, like, on one hand, we hear like my coffee with Andrews, hey, we want to be better neighbors. We want to work with you. We want to make this work, da, 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 da. But then on the other end, we're just hearing our plans it's either or here's our plans are changing, like we just heard today, or we get what we got from their response for the public comments, which were, we don't have an answer for that. We don't have an answer for that. And look, I get it if you don't know who your RA is going to be or what exactly your rent price is going to be, but I hope you know what kind of safety precautions you're going to take if you're going to have 6 people in a room together, or if you're going to have one standard sized kitchen with 50 people trying to cook meals at the same time. Sorry, I'm hot right now, but that's where our frustration's coming. That's one of the reasons where our frustration's coming from, is we have no idea what's going on. I hope that answers your question. I don't even remember what your question was. Sorry.
Yeah, I just asked you to kind of state some of your concerns about the project, and I think that's what you did.
Okay. Can I actually continue on that? And I hope so. We have a lot of neighbors, right? There's, I don't know, 60 or so households that are invested on this NENC side. Obviously, there's only 3 of us speaking today. There's different people that have different concerns, right? There's a lot of people that are concerned about the safety inside the house, or the safety that happens outside the house, the fair housing stuff. I think if you want to say, like, hey, what's the common ground? Like, what is probably something that every single person agrees on? It's the number of people. The original proposal of 51, it's too many. And I mean, I can elaborate, Gabe, if you want, in a different part, but I don't understand how that would be a smooth transition in our neighborhood, or any similar kind of neighborhood. I'm an accountant, like, we talk about materiality and that kind of stuff, and it's like, okay, like a 5%, 10% increase. And, a lot of this stuff, it's like, depending on how you look at it, population's increasing threefold, traffic's increasing threefold. It's inconsistent. It's incompatible, in my opinion.
So I am going to pull up an exhibit, just sort of on that note, that your chief concern is with the density of this particular project in this particular neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And you spoke a little bit about the neighborhood you live in, that's zoned R2 single family. Is that right?
Correct. Yep.
Are you familiar at all with the Home in Tacoma project and the Tacoma Comprehensive Plan to increase density in single family neighborhoods?
I am. I studied the comprehensive plan pretty rigorously when I was writing my written response. Home in Tacoma, I actually met with our council people to talk with them about it and learn a little bit more. And I've been part of the meetings, and yeah, I think in general, what it's aiming to do makes a lot of sense.
And so the exhibit I've just put up on my screen, this has been marked as Exhibit R18. It's from the housing section of the comprehensive plan. it talks about missing middle housing. Do you see that?
I do. Yep.
And if you kind of scroll in and take a look at some of these types of housing, or these what you've kind of described as being in your neighborhood.
Correct. Yeah. The courtyard apartment is one that's, probably 3 blocks away from us, just kind of on the fringe there. And then, again, there's a few duplexes sprinkled in there and maybe a triplex I don't know about. And I'm not sure if it's on there too, but I know ADUs are a big part of home in Tacoma, and those have been popping up as well.
So it sounds like your chief concern is with the increased density that is a lot higher than any of those other alternatives that tend to come up. Let me see. So I am going to bring up the comment that you submitted to the director. And this is a part of Exhibit C7. And I will represent to the examiner. This is actually a cutout from Exhibit C7, which is hundreds and hundreds of pages. This is page 335 of that exhibit. I have made it a separate PDF. I hope that's all right. Does this appear to be the comment that you submitted?
Yes.
So this talks about some of the things we just discussed.
Mm-hmm.
And you walk through these goals that I think you heard us talk through with the applicant this morning.
Yep. Yeah, do you want me to speak on some of these?
No, I haven't asked a question. You can wait for a question.
Sorry.
In your mind, does this proposal meet the goal to promote access to high quality, affordable housing?
I do not.
Why not?
I mean, so I think, let me preface this with, I think some of the difficult part of this whole process is there is a lot of gray areas. So I think you might ask yourself, like, what does one define as what is high quality, right? So, I know Julie mentions that there's a need, that there's people that want, or she says there's people that want this type of group housing. They don't want to be alone, but I don't know. I think if you ask me, I would argue that sharing a space with 6 other people, and I'll said it a million times, the bathroom situation, the kitchen situation. And I mean, I've been in the building itself, and again, I won't comment on what supposedly will or won't be done to the property, but I would not classify that style of living as high quality. And I apologize. I don't really know how else to, again, it's a gray area kind of thing, but 55 square feet of not even private space, I think is the best, mostly where I'm coming from.
So one thing I know you mentioned in your comment also is the traffic impacts to the community.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to talk about that a little bit as well. Do you expect this project will increase the traffic in your area?
Yeah, and so I know one of the things that happened from the original submission until after the comment period was a revision in traffic plans. And so again, going back to what all the neighbors think, a lot of the neighbors, okay, they know that with more people comes more vehicles, and there's a lot of there's some people that, hey, parking, that's kind of the low hanging fruit, the hot ticket item. If you ask me personally, I'm lucky enough I got a small driveway in the alley, so I mean, parking is not the top thing for me. And so when the revised traffic study came back and they said, hey, actually there's all this street parking here, that didn't really affect me that much. The snippet that I was looking at were the increased number of trips, to where it was something, it's like, hey, the number of daily trips are increased from like 70 to 205 or something like that, almost 3 times as much. And so, you know, I've got a 3-year-old daughter. Heidi, who's speaking next, has I think just turned 5. Heidi, I hope I got that right. 5-year-old son. Our next, I mean, there's Jeff and Stacy have a 6 and a 3-year-old. There's lots and lots of kids around here, and I don't know how many times, probably happens once a week, where we're going and we see a car plowing 40 miles an hour through an intersection, not stopping. And all it takes is one of those instances to happen with a kid walking by or on his bike or what, his or her bike. And I mean, that's all it is. And so I had this whole thing prepared of like, now it's not going to be 18 and 26-year-olds, but those are the demographic where they're texting more and they're, texting, driving more, and have more prone to speeding, that kind of stuff. But now I don't know what's going on. That was my main concern. And then on top of that, where, as Julie mentioned before, hey, this is a really unique property. There's going to be this big rec room and event space, or sorry, I don't want to take words out of say stuff she didn't say, but not event space, but we're going to have this place where people are going to want to come. Right. So I don't even know if the traffic study accounts for that. We'll hear from the traffic expert sometime later during this appeal, but I'm not even sure if I believe the numbers that they have. I think there's going to be a lot more vehicles coming in and out of this place. And again, the trips, the Uber Eats, the Amazon drop-offs, all that stuff. I mean, it terrifies me, if I'm being perfectly honest.
So, and sorry, just to kind of back up, because you live near this project. Did you say it was on 24th Street?
Yeah, 24th between Warner and Lawrence. So three houses down.
Is there a traffic light at the 24th and Warner intersection?
No stop, nothing.
And as you say, I expect we'll go through kind of the details of how that number is calculated, the likely number of increased trips to this property based on that traffic report. But yes, what I wanted to hear from you was your concern about those increased trips in the neighborhood. It sounds like your major concern is the safety associated with that.
Lots of kids and people plowing through intersections. Like, it happens all the time, but there's going to be 3 times that occurrence happening. At least 3 times as much.
And you mentioned, I do also want to unpack something you said about, you thought you were going to be talking about 18 to 25-year-olds as more likely to be texting and driving, or statistically less safe drivers. Did you say you changed your comments about that?
Well, the only reason why is because the app, today is the first time I'm hearing that it's not going to be age restricted anymore. So, I mean, I'm no expert. I know that car insurance rates decrease once you hit 25. So that's why I threw that statistic in there. Right. But the only reason for my comment on withdrawing it is this clearly doesn't pertain anymore, because the applicant has once again changed the scope of whatever this project is. That's the only reason why I said that.
And why did you believe that was the focus of the project before?
I did. Yeah. Made very clear.
What made that clear?
Every meeting the very first meeting we had where Julie spoke, I can't recall whether or not that was spoken about, but Andrew at our North End Neighborhood Council meeting, the big thing was like, hey, we're going to mow your lawns. We're going to mow your lawns. These kids are going to have these mentors, that kind of thing. And I mean, it was made very specific, 18 to 26, and being concerned neighbors, we Googled and we saw what we could see online, and, every, whether it was a Facebook thing or the website themselves, but they all featured photos of young men and women, which seems to speak that was the target demographic that they were going for. And it might have actually been in their application as well. Maybe not, which I think we went over this morning. I think it was in their application, right? So I guess between that and what we spoke with them about. That was the intent. Again, today was the first time I heard it was something other than that.
So I'm just still briefly looking over your comment. I see down here toward the close of your comment, you say the applicant continues to twist their words with every presentation to appease the city and the neighbors. There's been zero consistency. Would you say changing the nature of the project from how it was presented to you before that is another example of that?
I think today's another example of that. I wrote this 10 months ago.
So I guess I think you've touched on your concerns with this project popping up in this neighborhood. I will close with one of the closing comments that you made in that written comment, which is also part of the record. You state that your passion comes mostly from the precedent this could set for the city I grew up in and will grow old in. Can you describe what you mean by that?
Yeah, so I think I said earlier, I was born and raised here in Tacoma, spent a few years outside, but I am blessed to be part of a family that cares very, very, very much about this city. And in a nonprofit with them, I won't bore you with the details, but I mean, we go to different nonprofit organizations in the area all the time and see what type of fantastic solutions they have to housing. And a lot of it comes around with, hey, we've got these wraparound services and here's where they're located and here's all the amenities that they have of this, something that's really, really, really helping the city. And I think my concern with this is, if and I'm in the real estate world too. I mean, and if let's just say, okay, 51 people or even 30 people or whatever, you can do this, then as a real estate investor, I'd be looking at buying whatever derelict building I could and saying, I'm going to stuff as many people in here as I possibly could, charge them $700 a month and turn a profit on it. And so I think that's why I'm personally fighting really hard on this is I think this, let's just call it case, could set a damaging precedent to what is seemed to be acceptable, affordable housing. I mean, that's really, really the root of it. And I think also just while I'm up here, and I talked with our council people about this too. I think the most disappointing part about this whole thing is if this project were happening, I'm just laying all the cards out on the table in South Tacoma or East Tacoma, construction would have started 10 months ago. Those areas don't have, let's just call it the resources or the time or whatever that I think our neighborhood has. And it's like, hey, look, if we have to fall on the sword, to do this, like, I'd rather not hire an attorney. I'd rather not spend, the next 2 days doing this. But if our neighborhood is able to say, hey, let's make this right. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate about this whole thing is this whole thing has been inequitable in my opinion. And just been very, very frustrating.
Thank you for your comments.
Yep.
I'll give the floor to the examiner, Mr. Cartman, or Mr. Victor, whoever's going to go next.
I think we'll go in order of presentation. So Mr. Carpman next, if he has cross-examination questions for this witness. I don't have anything at this point. Mr. Carpman, cross?
Yeah, just a couple of questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Woodworth.
Howdy.
I will try to take over the screen if I can, or I could also just ask Mr. Hinman to scroll up because I just wanted to ask a couple of questions about this comment as well, either way. Yeah, if you don't mind stopping right there.
Sure.
Thank you, this is page 335 of Exhibit C7. Mr. Woodworth, in the bullet that starts with H1 here, You wrote the phrase, "I don't doubt that there is a certain demographic, more on this soon, that choose to engage in community living." And then in the next bullet down, you said, "I do believe there is a certain demographic that may find the style of living appealing, but that's just it. It's a certain demographic." What did you mean by that?
Yeah, so one of the other kind of materials I looked at when I was researching this was Tacoma for All. And I think in Tacoma for All, or it's Initiative One, where it talks, I mean, it's exactly what it sounds like. It's Tacoma for All, where everyone deserves, a high quality, affordable housing. I think what I was trying to convey here is I bet if you ask the average, I mean, I guess it could be anyone, but let's just, for the sake of it, let's go like 18 to 30-year-old, say, hey, would you rather have your own privacy and live in like, whatever a standard like house or apartment or whatever, have your own space, have your own bathroom, blah, blah, blah. Or would you rather bunk up with 5 other people and, hey, you can't drink, you can't smoke, da, 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 da. I think you'll start to find that, I guess where I'm trying to go is like, okay, the applicant's saying, look, we're providing 51 units of affordable housing. But I think, I don't know, 1 out of 10 people, yes, who would actually want to live there. That's kind of what I was going for. I just don't think your average Tacoman, let's just call it, finds that a desirable place to live. And I think that's where you start to go into like the selectiveness of it. It's a very certain demographic that says, I want to live there. And I think, that's where I think the whole point of this is equity, right? You want to try to find something that works for most people. I guess does that make sense? I guess that's where I was trying to go.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to ask you again about that word demographic. Is that meaning something specific there?
No, I mean, it's just like a certain person that would want to, regardless of race or age or whatever, to just whoever that type of person is that says, I want to live here and I want to have 9 other people in my suite and I'm not going to smoke or drink. That's all I meant by that.
Okay, thanks. That's all my questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Victor, cross-examination questions?
Mr. Examiner, I have no questions for this witness.
Mr. Hinman, is there redirect based on the limited cross from Mr. Karpman?
No, there isn't, Mr. Examiner.
Okay. Thank you for your testimony then today, Mr. Woodworth.
That was easy. Thank you.
I presume, Mr. Hinman, he can be excused, or are you wanting him to stay around?
Yeah, I think he can be excused.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for your testimony, and you're certainly welcome to continue to participate and observe. Observe, I guess, not participate, unless you're called back somehow. Mr. Hinman, you may call your next witness.
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just hoping to ask, I think Mr. Woodworth said that there would be 3 witnesses for North Tacoma neighbors testifying today, and I'm just trying to keep my witnesses posted on potential scheduling. Is that right, Mr. Hinman? And do you have
that is my plan to
how long that might take?
Two additional witnesses. I think each I'm planning to likely take about as long as Mr. Woodworth did.
Thank you.
And is that the rest of your witnesses to put on, or was that just a particular category of witness?
I mean, I would like to hold the option to call the other witnesses on my list and rebuttal if it comes to that. But our presentation is planned to be Julie Kane, who we spoke with, Mr. Woodworth, who we just spoke with, Ms. Stormer, and Mr. Wimberger.
Okay. And then that would be your case in chief at that point?
That's correct.
Ah, okay. All right. Maybe we will get done in 2 days then. Good question, Mr. Karpman. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Hinman. And yeah, because if we've only got 2 more, and they're about as long as Mr. Woodworth, then we would be prepared to start your presentation, Mr. Hinman, today. Still, it looks like. Are you going to be able to do that, Mr. Karpman? I think I said Mr. Hinman. Sorry, Karpman.
Yep. I may ask for a slightly longer than 5-minute break just to regroup a little bit before that happens. But yes, we're certainly prepared to proceed this afternoon.
Okay. Well, we could do that, and I'm maybe targeting around 2:30-ish, 2:45-ish for the break. But at this point, I'd like to say we get done with Mr. Hinman's witnesses and then take the break. So we'll see where that goes. And in order to do that, I will shut up. And Mr. Hinman, your next witness then, please.
Yes, I would like to call Miss Heidi Stormer. Are you on the call currently? Yes, there she is.
I am.
Raise your right hand on the screen, please. Do you swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give as part of this proceeding today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Hinman.
Thank you. Apologize, I'm just pulling up the questions I have for Ms. Stormer. There we are. Ms. Stormer, would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yeah, my name is Heidi Stormer. My first name is Heidi. My last name is Stoermer.
And what's your current residential address?
3312 North 24th Street.
And like Mr. Woodworth, you've been on the call for much of today observing the testimony.
Yes, that's right.
And you're also familiar with the project that is the focus of this hearing.
Yes, I am.
How long have you lived at your current address?
We've lived here for close to 3 years, and I've lived in the neighborhood within about 10 blocks of here for most of my life. We were previously on North 18th Street, which was my childhood home.
You've always lived in this neighborhood?
Aside from a few years in college era, but yeah.
What's the proximity of your home to the project?
I'm about 150 feet away. I live next door to Mr. Woodworth, one lot closer to the church.
One thing I asked Mr. Woodworth, I'll ask you as well. Have you discussed this project with the applicant?
Yes, I have.
Could you describe in what context?
Sure. So I was at the community meeting, the first at the elementary school, it was at the subdivision Candle Park at Downing Elementary. I was also at the North End neighborhood council meeting, and at the meeting at City Hall. Julie Kane answered questions directly at the initial community meeting. I spoke with Andrew Kane directly in a one-on-one scenario at the neighborhood council meeting, and then heard their presentation at the city meeting.
And what was the focus of the project as it was presented to the community at those meetings?
It was presented as for a specific age range, 18 to 25 or 18 to 26. That was reiterated repeatedly, that they had a religious basis, that the residents would be asked to take part in community support projects, taking people's groceries in, mowing lawns, that this would be, a shared, affordable bunk beds.
Does that sound like the same project you've heard on this call as described by Ms. Kane today?
No, this is the first time that we've heard the project represented in a way that didn't have requirements for age, family status, a religious preference. Mrs. Kane has said that all denominations are welcome, but never before that that any faith or lack of faith would be welcome. She was very specific about that. We've never heard that there wouldn't be any limitations whatsoever.
So in those interactions we just discussed between you and the Canes, until today, you have understood this to be a project that is about religious housing for 18 to 26-year-olds?
I'm going to object to this question, both as asked and answered, and given the discussion that we had with the examiner during Ms. Kane's testimony.
I would
Restate the
I think-
question, Ms. Sturmer. There's an objection on the floor. You need to wait until the objection has been handled, please.
Sure.
Restate the question, Mr. Hinman. I want to hear it one more time before I rule.
The question was, until today, every characterization that Ms. Stormer has heard about this project is that it is religious housing for 18 to 26-year-olds. Is that correct?
And it was a yes or no question. I'm going to let you answer it yes or no.
Yes, both verbally and in the paper pamphlet provided by Andrew Kane.
And that's the end of the answer then. And with that, I let her answer. Objection is overruled. We have the answer yes, which you're right, Mr. Karpman. It has been answered before that that's how it started out. So go ahead, Mr. Hinman, please continue.
So in your discussions with the Kanes about the project that we just discussed, it sounds like there were a number of community meetings. Did you raise any concerns that you had with the project?
Yeah, absolutely. We've talked about the affordability issue, and I asked Mr. Kane directly what had happened at their property in Silverdale, which they've represented also as affordable, because we know that the rent there was raised by roughly 40% and that multiple tenants were displaced at that time. And he reiterated that they're a for-profit company and they'll charge, whatever the market allows them to charge. Can you repeat the question? Because I feel like there was more.
Yeah, it was a pretty open-ended question. I was just asking about the concerns that you articulated to the Kanes about the project at the meetings that you had with them. It sounds like you just talked about one, which was them raising rent, causing displacement at one other property. Were there any other concerns you raised with them?
We generally talked about the neighborhood has many concerns. Many of my neighbors are concerned about traffic, about, all sorts of things that seem maybe not a matter of law. So we talked generally about those complaints and also about their lack of responsiveness to previous complaints, multiple complaints, about situations that occurred at the building during their ownership.
So when you refer to complaints about the building, you're referring to between when they purchased the property in April 2021 and whenever you had this conversation with them?
Yes, that's correct.
What was happening at the building at that time?
Their last tenant was a church called Rock Revival Center, and that group ignored the sound ordinance repeatedly, often going until midnight or so with extremely loud, disruptive services. We did try to work with Rock Revival Center. I personally reached out to their pastor, but they were not responsive. So we did, multiple neighbors contacted non-emergency police line over the course of many months. And the police, did respond when they were able. Those complaints were, officially filed complaints. And what the Kanes indicated, what Julie indicated, was that they never heard about those complaints. I confirmed with officers that responded that those complaints do go directly to the property owner. So unclear as to why they would be unaware, especially when there were so many. I can understand, one or two maybe getting lost by the wayside, but I know of more than, half a dozen, probably closer to 10 complaints. I filed a few myself.
So the concern that you articulated to the Kanes about this project was if they were non-responsive to noise complaints from a church, what would be their responsiveness level to complaints about a
Anything else.
51 unit
Anything
group
else.
housing facility?
Right. If they can't respond to a simple noise ordinance issue, or choose not to, then how could we trust them to be responsive to any sort of, health or safety issue? And how could their future tenants trust them either?
I am going to pull up the comment that you submitted. So we can walk through a couple portions of that. Now sharing my screen. And this is still additional portions of Exhibit C7. This picks up at page 264 of that exhibit. So I noted at the start of this, you do discuss a little of your professional background. I don't think we talked about that yet. What do you do for work, Ms. Stormer?
My day job is as a researcher, an investigator. I work in open source intelligence and investigation. I specifically look to understand risk associated with certain situations and try to mitigate that risk. I work for Airbnb, so I match listing photos. I look at fugitive records, court records, and do visual matching and read federal and local court records to understand a situation fully. In my not day job, I'm the founder of a nonprofit here in Tacoma called Feed 253. We have since February of 2020 had a 3-day-a-week meal program that provides hot meals to our neighbors in the Hilltop neighborhood who are unhoused or underhoused. We also support the YWCA's domestic violence support program. We partner with them to provide meal service for those living in safe housing and accessing services there. And then yearly, we do a large fundraiser and provide meal support for the holiday season when kids are not receiving their free and reduced meals at school.
So fair to say, in your work with Feed 253, you probably work with communities who are most affected by the availability of affordable housing.
Yes, I do. And I am absolutely pro housing. I'm actually pro housing at the church building. My concern is regarding this project in particular.
So what do you think is the concern of this project in particular that would not be a concern if it were another type of one of these home in Tacoma proposals that increases density, the middle housing types, for example, if you're familiar with those?
I think that this comes down to, well, there are several reasons, and I call them out here. There's health and safety issues, and I want to be careful here because a lot of neighbors have talked about those issues in relation to people that already live in the neighborhood. But a lot of these health and safety issues actually affect our potential future neighbors who would also be a part of our community. So when we're talking about shared spaces, and I understand now that the Canes are saying that there isn't an age limit. We're talking about multiple unrelated strangers of different ages living communally with varying schedules and trying to share a single bedroom. I think that there's both a health and safety issue there that we wouldn't see in other types of housing. I think that there's risk here around responsiveness. I think, the Canes have been clear that this isn't something that they've done before. And this is a kind of a new, I don't think that because they don't have experience doing this, having them start this kind of new project, not really understanding where they want to be and like what the future state would be, that raises some questions for me as well. If we were looking at a more traditional space or with a developer that had a clear understanding of what they wanted their future state to be, I think that we'd be in a better position. Yeah, it's different for a lot of reasons.
So it sounds like a lot of those concerns go to the way that the tenants in this building itself would kind of be packed together into the proposal as it's been offered.
Yeah, I think that's the case.
So I see you break your comment into a few sections on health and safety, responsiveness, and inclusivity. I think you just talked through some of these health and safety issues.
Mhm.
The responsiveness issues you're mentioning, that goes to also what you discussed about the noise complaints about the current tenant or previous tenant.
Yeah, there's also another issue there is that we were told by Julie Kane that if there was an issue, a safety issue or a personality issue between housemates, that they would simply ask someone to leave, which is not, how being a landlord in Tacoma works. So I have some concern around responsiveness there, not necessarily to existing neighbors, but also within the community, and how people would be able to move through those issues, and have, an outcome that makes sense for inside the house, and again speaks to safety as well.
And understanding that it seems as of today, the applicant no longer intends to gear their project toward any particular community based on age or religion. Do you have any concerns about the way that this project has been marketed towards particular groups?
Yeah, I think when we look at Amici House as a whole, or what the Canes, the projects that they have in Port Orchard and here in Tacoma, we can ask them to follow the law, but I think what may be missing here is that in the way that they've advertised the Port Orchard property, they're already in violation of the Federal Fair Housing Act and Washington state law. So whether Port Orchard Permit Office approved this project there or not, and whether they agree to follow the law in Tacoma, they're still breaking the law in the way that they advertise generally, at the federal and state level. So I do still have concern there.
And until today, in your understanding, this targeting toward 18 to 26 Christian youth, how central was that to this project?
Objection, for the reasons that I stated earlier and the fact that we covered this. We're talking about the project going forward as the examiner ruled. I thought the examiner had stated this is a de novo proceeding, and we're proceeding with this information, and what may or may not have been part of a past narrative is not the question.
Well, I mean, it isn't as of this point, and honestly, it feels a little bit like NTNU is sword and shielding on this thing because, when it was presumed to be age restricted and religion restricted, they raised issues in that regard. And now that the applicant is saying, well, we're not going to do that, so there's not going to be a violation there. Now it's, well, you've pulled the rug out of us and we wanted those things. I don't understand that. The question seems to call for just an opinion on how she feels about those aspects not being part of the project anymore necessarily. To that extent, she can give her opinion on it. I'm going to overrule the objection, but I'm not sure how much relevance it has necessarily to whether the conditional use permit criteria have been met or not. So go ahead and answer.
Can you restate the question?
I had just asked how central to the Keynes project, as it was presented to your community, was the idea of housing specifically for Christian young adults?
The project that we saw before and the project we're discussing today appear to be different projects. I was prepared to speak to the project as it was presented by Amici House over the course of the last year. It's difficult for me to speak to what appears to be the current state of the project as it is stated today, because I don't have that project in front of me. So my opinion is that these are fundamentally different based on what was presented before and what is presented today.
Thank you. I'll close with a similar question to where I closed with Mr. Woodworth. Can you just say one more time, in your understanding and your concerns about this project, why, if this project goes forward and it's approved, that'll be detrimental to the community?
Derek brought up some interesting points. Our neighborhood is in the position to move forward with this case. For a conditional use permit, the very nature of it requires a deep understanding of the potential for the project, and in my opinion, requires a level of review that we wouldn't necessarily need for a project that fits squarely within existing permitting. So how does it affect our neighborhood or the city at large? Precedent is an important piece of that. I want to be clear that this housing is needed, that this church is unused, that the building could absolutely be housing, and that this neighborhood could sustain that without question. It could sustain housing at the level that's being considered, whether that's 29 or 51, and the way that the building would be utilized or where the issues land. So how would it affect our neighborhood? Certainly traffic, certainly parking, those issues. But it opens the door for other projects that do, in my opinion, appear to be pretty predatory. Especially when we're talking about, Ms. Kane has talked about folks that don't have a credit history, that have never rented before, walking into a situation that maybe they don't understand any more than we do today, based on what we've seen from the Kanes previously and what we're hearing in this meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't have any further questions.
I don't have any questions for this witness either. Mr. Karpman, do you have cross-examination?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Victor?
No questions from the city for this witness. Thank you.
So we're at 2:23. I'm assuming that we're not going to get done with the last witness for NTNU before 2:30. So why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon break now? And let's take a 7-minute break until 2:30, and we'll come back and do NTNU's last witness then.
Thank you.
So we'll be in recess till 2:30. All right, we are back at 2:30 after our afternoon break. Mr. Hinman, we are ready for NTNU's next witness.
Thank you. For my next witness, I would like to call Peter Wimberger. I believe he's on the call as well.
And here. Okay. There we go. We have him on the screen. If you would raise your right hand on the screen, please, Mr. Wimberger. You swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give as part of this proceeding today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
I do.
Go ahead and inquire, Mr. Hinman.
Thank you. Could you please start by stating and spelling your name for the record?
Yes, my name's Peter Wimberger, Peter, and my last name is Wim, as in Mary, Berger.
Thank you. Could you state your current residential address?
Yes, I live at 3309 North 24th, so I live about a half a block from the proposed project.
Okay. And as I did with Mr. Woodworth and Ms. Stormer, I'll just ask, have you been watching the proceedings today?
I have. I missed the first 15 or 20 minutes. I was coming back from an appointment, but I've seen the rest of it.
So you're aware with some of the details of what this case is about and the proposed project?
I am.
And what's the proximity of your home to the proposed project?
It is probably about 200, 250 feet. So we are half a block down on the opposite side of the street.
Apologize, I'm having a strange technical issue.
Yeah, and we've lived in the neighborhood for 31 years. So we've watched the church evolve.
So could you describe the character of the neighborhood where you live?
Yeah, it's a residential neighborhood. There are mostly single family dwellings. There's a duplex right around the corner. As Derek described, there are a few duplexes and triplexes in the neighborhood. There's a courtyard set of apartments 2 blocks away.
I apologize. I'm just trying to resolve a technical issue on my end with a document that popped up and is locking me out of additional tabs. All the Word documents on my computer have now gone blank.
Well, for what it's worth, if you need an exhibit put up on the screen, I can pinch it for you on that. But your Word documents, I can't help you with.
That's understandable. Bear with me a moment. I got them all to close, so I think I should be able to open the one that I need again.
We all have a common enemy in Microsoft Word, I'm sure.
Perhaps I had too many open at a certain point and Word had enough with me, and that was that.
I have self-inflicted that same wound many times.
All right.
Doesn't help with Zoom going at the same time, it seems like either. So
Perhaps too many different programs. Okay. I have what I need back in front of me. So we're talking, I believe, about the character of your neighborhood. Um, in your mind, does this proposal for this Amici House project fit within the character of that neighborhood?
The Amici proposal is night and day different from the kinds of housing types that are in the neighborhood. So thinking about duplexes, multiplexes, small apartments or complexes, those kinds of dwelling units end up providing the possibility of long-term rental or ownership. And as a result, the residents have a vested interest in the neighborhood that they're living in. The Amici House project proposes packing unrelated adults, whether it's 29 or 50, up to 7 in a room in a space that barely meets minimum living space requirements. The young adults would be relatively short-term renters, with leases as short as 6 months, according to one statement that was made earlier by the Canes. Today, it sounds like it's 9 to 12 months. So Amici House, this project would end up introducing a large, relatively transient population in the neighborhood. So the equivalent of more than another city block's worth of people who wouldn't have any real vested interest in the neighborhood community. I mean, to me, the Amici House vision evokes a 21st century Victorian era boarding house dropped into a residential neighborhood. I like Heidi. I think increased density done well can be a beautiful thing. I've taught about sustainability in cities for years. The proposed Amici House project provides a terrible model and precedent for Tacoma's revised comprehensive plan and home in Tacoma vision.
Could you say you've taught about some of these issues? Could you say what you do for work?
Yeah, so I'm retired now, but I taught for 30 years at the University of Puget Sound. I taught in the environmental policy and decision-making program in the biology department and directed their natural history museum.
So I am going to pull up the written comment that you submitted when this was before the director. Hopefully, my computer agrees with my efforts to do that. Let me see. So you should be seeing what's been marked as Exhibit C7 at page 320. Does this appear to be the comment that you submitted?
Yeah, although my letter was not 320 pages long.
No, the exhibit is a consolidation of all the comments that were received by the city on this project. So in this comment, you say that you've evaluated countless proposals. What do you mean when you say that?
Yeah, so in my job, I ended up looking at like hundreds, probably, of grant proposals for places like the National Science Foundation and other foundations. And in volunteer work that I've done, I've looked at numerous proposals for environmental habitat projects in the area. So, and then evaluated lots and lots of student proposals as well. I think I've never evaluated a CUP or a land use permit, and perhaps the standard's different, but I would expect a good proposal to address all the potential impacts that relate to code language and provide evidence to support those claims. The Amici House project proposal fails to address a lot of claims and seems like there's a lot of cut and paste from city code language and then a very superficial addressing of the requirements for the CUP. And one thing that it failed to address was whether or not it would provide a positive impact on the surrounding. This is a quote from the code language. So a positive impact on surrounding uses in the area overall, including the health, safety, and welfare of all the residents. And that residents includes the residents of the project.
And I know we've heard a lot about the changes in the proposal as of today, as of compared to how it was. You understood it in previous meetings with the community. I assume this is the first time you're hearing about no relation between youth and religious housing, as well as some of the other witnesses.
Yeah, I mean, all of the meetings, I've been to the same set of meetings. I've never met with the Canes face to face, but in all the meetings that I've been to and all of the written material that I've seen, I basically have the same experience as Mr. Woodworth and Ms. Stormer.
So in your comment, I lost specifically where this language is, but I pulled it out ahead of time. You say that the proposal uses speciously the language of affordable housing without providing evidence that the housing units would in fact be affordable to the population they're proposing to house. Could you state what you mean by that?
Yeah. So the comments that I'm making today are based on what I understood the original project proposal to be, which was for you. And sorry, mute my phone. Okay. So the project proposal ends up talking about affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing. And I think that in their conversations with council members, I suspect they used that language as well. And today we heard that the use of affordable by the Canes is really qualitative rather than sort of applying federal standards. So there is a definition of affordable housing, which is 30% of income. And when the Canes have been asked about whether or not they'd be willing to place a rental cap for their tenants, they've never said that they would do that. I think, the questioning about rental, I think rather than talking about specific amounts, I mean, one thing I think I would ask the Canes is whether or not that they would be willing to commit to a 30% cap of a resident's income to basically satisfy the requirements of affordability. And to me, the use of affordability and the unwillingness to commit to any percentage of income is kind of like greenwashing. And I suspect everybody knows what greenwashing is. So deceptive practices where companies make misleading claims about their environmental impact to gain market share. And I think that that's what's happening here. So the material that Amici provides us touts the church conversion as a way to provide affordable housing to young adults originally, but now adults. So these are folks, especially when you look at the room configurations, that will be likely making close to minimum wage. So the official definition is not a matter of opinion or of market. It's defined as 30% of income. So when I think about this project, and I think about other projects in the area that are affordable housing projects. So for instance, Mason Methodist Church is in the process of being converted to affordable housing. They are completely different projects, right? Mason Methodist Project is committed to providing affordable housing. They're building apartments, so they're not crowding multiple unrelated young or adults into single rooms. The project's directed by a nonprofit, is committed to affordable housing. The grants they're getting requires them to provide affordable housing. They've been transparent with the community. They've already contracted firms that have extensive national experience building affordable housing. It is a completely different kind of project, and it's the kind of project that I think a lot of us in the neighborhood could get behind. With this project, the Amici project, there are no guarantees or built-in guardrails that it's going to be affordable. And it's my opinion that the use of affordable here has really been used to increase the appeal of the project to decision makers. And so that's why I think that it's akin to greenwashing.
So what do you think might be a more appropriate use of this particular space for this neighborhood?
I think, as Ms. Stormer said, I think housing in that right now vacant space would be great, and it would be really great if it were affordable. And I think the home in Tacoma plan, sort of, like a multiplex, 4 or 5 structures that would provide affordable housing to, let's say, families in that space would be amazing, right? The people who moved into those dwellings would be part of the community. Whereas I sort of, having worked with college students, I think, and having had college students in the neighborhood for 9 months at a time, I think that the model that the Canes are proposing really doesn't provide that kind of buy-in for the people that are going to be moving in and out of the neighborhood.
So is that kind of a key distinction that you see between this proposal and maybe some of these other middle housing proposals for this property use, is the commitment to the neighborhood?
I think that other kinds of models end up creating community, end up contributing to the neighborhood in positive ways, in ways that I question this one will. I mean, and it's not even a question, I think, of this project. It's this model of building sort of glorified rooming houses.
I think you've articulated your key concerns with the proposal. Is there anything else you'd like to add that you're concerned about the impacts to the community?
Yeah, I actually do. I was struck sort of by the statements that the Canes were inspired and focused on, initially, statements by young adults who were feeling isolated and lonely during COVID. I mean, having watched sort of young adults and people in general move out of COVID, I think that some of those issues are now sort of are less less kind of germane. So, but the people that would end up moving into housing situation like this are vulnerable. And I think that Ms. Stormer's description of sort of the practice of renting to them as predatory, I kind of it's a good descriptor. So one of the comparisons that the Canes have made is to college housing in the area and to dormitories in the area. So there is no dormitory room at UPS or at most colleges that has more than 3 beds. UPS, there's none that has more than 2, right? So you're sharing with a single roommate. After a survey of hundreds of college students over the last year, most students end up expressing a desire to have single rooms. And so UPS is actually moving to build more single rooms and get rid of the doubles. In the rental market around UPS, where students are renting, shared rooms are usually shared between partners, not between strangers. And most of the group in a house are students who know each other before they rent. Students living in shared off-campus houses are generally paying, as Ms. Kane said, between $550 and $700. Based on the number of for rent signs in the neighborhood, that type of housing is not in short supply in the North End, and would be more desirable, I think, to most young people rather than living in bedrooms with anywhere from 3 to 6 other unknown people. So it's difficult for me to fathom all but the most desperate people wanting to live in rooms with 3 to 7 people. And with the relaxation of the age restriction, all of a sudden I start thinking, what could possibly go wrong with older men or women sharing bedrooms and living spaces with 18 to 25-year-olds? That leads me to another major difference between the dormitory university context and the rooming house model that Canes proposed. So universities recognize that young adults require a lot of wraparound services that go beyond their RAs. In addition, universities provide multiple RAs for a single floor of students that are similar in size to the Amici House or smaller. The tenants who live in Amici House will likely be folks with needs and living in a more difficult environment than a college dorm, with fewer toilets, with fewer showers, with a crowded kitchen. So although Tacoma does not have a definition for congregated housing, it seems like this really fits that better than any of the other descriptions. And Congress, in their discussion of congregate housing, recommends readily available social service, including daily meal services, that people in moving into these kinds of situations need. So I guess to finish up, I think this project is a risky project is a risky proposition, and I think it provides a really bad precedent for thinking about how to do these church conversions, which are going to happen more and more often in the city.
Thank you for your testimony.
Cross-examination, Mr. Carpman.
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Victor?
No questions, Mr. Examiner. Thank you.
All right, moving right along then. Mr. Carpman, I am presuming, but you'll tell me if I'm wrong, that you want to reserve closing until the end of everything as opposed to just the end of your case. Is that a correct assumption?
Was that question directed at me, Mr. Examiner? I thought you said Mr. Carpman.
I'm messing up names again. Yes, Mr. Hinman. I'm presuming you want to wait until you've heard everything before you make a closing argument. I've had parties once or twice want to give their closing at the end of their case in chief. So I'm just checking to make sure that's not the case here.
That's correct. I'd like to wait till the evidence is closed before making a closing argument.
Wise choice. I don't think it worked particularly well for the one or two who've done it that way. All right. So I assume, though, that as you indicated just a bit earlier, that these were your witnesses at this point and that you're ready to rest, or do you have additional witnesses?
Yes, we would like to reserve the remaining witnesses on the list in case they need to be called in rebuttal, but our case in chief rests at that point.
Okay. All right. Mr. Carpman, getting my names correct now, are you ready to begin for the applicant?
We will be. If I could request a 10-minute break, perhaps, just to collect some of my notes on what we heard, and I may be able to make some of my questioning more efficient as a result. I would appreciate that, but I'm ready to proceed anytime.
Okay, well, and I think that's fine. Let me just confirm, you had 4 witnesses on your witness list, and we've already had Ms. Kane on the stand, so we're down to 3, right?
We are down to 3, although I anticipate calling Ms. Kane for a brief rebuttal, either in this sequence, or perhaps it would be more logical to have it as a rebuttal witness be after the city's witnesses.
Well, that would be the typical slot for real rebuttal, would be after everybody's put on their case in chief. So that's when I am anticipating it. And unless there's a real pressing need to somehow rebut before we've had all the but, let's do that after the city's presented its case. So it is 2:54. Let's go ahead and take a break till 3:04. Who's your first witness going to be, just so we know?
Yep, Michael Reed.
Michael Reed. Okay. I'll turn things back on then at 3:04, and we will start the questioning of Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Looks like we have counsel back for everyone. We're ready to go, Mr. Carpman.
I am. Thank you.
You wanting to make your opening statement at this time?
I will just say briefly that I agree with Mr. Hinman that several of the central issues in this appeal are purely legal, and I would include much of the argument in our appeal about the residency limit in that category, and so would refer to the little bit of past briefing we've already done on those issues, as well as perhaps future argument on those. I think Ms. Kane very well explained what the project is and what it's doing, so I won't attempt to repeat that. I guess I'd just say otherwise that we think it's important to keep in mind that what's being permitted here is a use, a group housing use, as we looked at on the second page of the decision, which is the document that's under appeal, not the application, the city's decision, that this is a group house with up to 51 or up to 30 residents with some site plan improvements that we're going to talk about. That would continue to be the use even if the Canes or the current applicant sold the property and a new property owner were to take over. That property owner might run a program, might run the house differently from the Canes. There might be elements of what we're calling a program today. There might not be. That's not part of the land use permitting process. And we're making a record on several of those issues because there's been interest in them and because they've been discussed in the appeals, but we really do maintain the argument that a lot of that is outside the scope of what this type of permitting procedure and respectfully this type of appeal really needs to delve into the details of. And that's not because what goes on in the house is beyond the reach of the law. The landlord-tenant laws will apply. The anti-discrimination laws will apply. The building code, any other applicable codes will continue to apply to this applicant or landlord as they were to any other applicant or landlord. Those two would survive a transfer of this property to a different owner, unless the use changes or something about the project as permitted changes. And so, I'm sure I'll get more into some of that in closing. But I did just want to note that as we begin our case in chief. Thank you.
Call your first witness.
The first witness is Michael Reed.
All right, Mr. Reed, if you'd raise your right hand on the screen, please. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give as part of this proceeding today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Carpenter.
Mr. Reed, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Certainly, Michael Reed, Michael, and Reed is spelled Read.
Thanks, Mr. Reed. I am showing you a copy of Exhibit R20, which I believe is your resume. Is that correct?
It's yes, one of my resumes.
Well, I think it's the only one we'll probably be looking at today.
Yes.
Keeping in mind that there's, I'm sure, detail you might not get to that's summarized in this document. Could you please give us a brief summary of your education and your professional experience?
Certainly. I have a degree in a Bachelor of Science degree in civil engineering from the University of Washington. I'm a registered professional engineer in the state of Washington. And I've been a transportation engineer since 1990 in a wide variety of public for several years, but primarily consultant private practice, working on a wide range of public and private projects throughout the Northwest and Alaska.
And what work did Transportation Engineering Northwest complete for the project we're discussing today?
For this particular project, in conversations early on with the city and scoping, the city was primarily wanting to have as part of an initial review, and it's required of all projects, whether it's a SEPA review or a CUP process, kind of an understanding of what the potential traffic and parking impacts are going to be of the project. So our role was to use our standard engineering methods and or city requirements to document that potential of increased or changes in parking and traffic.
And I am now going to share Exhibit R8, if you can see that. And
I
is
can,
this,
yes.
a memorandum prepared by your firm in August 2022, addressing those considerations you just described?
Correct.
And this says this memo is from Curtis Chin. Can you tell me who that is and what your personal involvement of this has been?
Sure. Curtis Chin is one of our senior transportation engineers here at 10W. I've worked with him for over 20 years, but he led this project and managed other staff in support of the work, the technical work. My role in this particular project was one of principal in charge, so I reviewed final products before they went out, answered questions that staff had on approach, those types of things.
Thank you. So you're familiar with the conclusions in this report?
I am, yes.
So I want to walk through it with you. The first thing I wanted to ask is in the second line here on page 1 and a few other places, it uses the phrase congregate housing project. There's been some discussions of different ways to describe congregate or group housing or different types of use, but is it fair to assume that as used in this report, that phrase is describing the project we're talking about and is essentially equivalent to what we're describing as a group house?
It is, yes. Congregate specifically is a term in the transportation engineering lingo, for lack of a better word, that describes a group housing situation. Specifically, congregate senior housing is one of the land use categories that we utilize in our work, and so that just describes, in that particular case, a shared housing residential use of seniors.
Sorry, you said of seniors, or this house is not a senior housing project, right?
No, it's not a senior housing project. That is the only that's the term that we use for group housing.
Okay.
There's not a category, as we'll get into later,
Yep.
specific to kind of a unspecified residential use.
Thank you.
In IT. Yeah.
Still in the introductory section here, or also as described under the project description, you conducted your analysis based on the application for a project that would house up to 50 residents or 51 residents, including the advisor. Is that right?
That's correct.
And did you conduct a separate quantitative analysis about what the traffic impacts would be in a house of 29 plus 1 residents?
We did not.
Would it, I suppose, be safe to assume that given that would be a lower number of people in general, if the city's condition is upheld, the traffic impacts across the board, I suppose, would be lower?
Yeah, both the traffic and parking impacts would be proportionally lower due to less residents on site. Correct.
Yeah. There was also some discussion about whether the project as analyzed in the application phase depended on a particular age restriction or other demographic of residents. Did your analysis assume a particular age of resident?
It did not, no.
Moving further down, page 1, this begins a section called Estimated Vehicle Trip Generation. Mr. Reed, what is a vehicle trip?
A vehicle trip in our terminology is one trip taken that has a beginning and an end. So, for example, if you drive your car from your house to your job and return later that day, that counts as 2 trips, one-way trips.
So a round trip is 2 trips?
A round trip is 2 trips. Yep. So that's the general definition of a vehicle trip.
Thank you. And what were you looking at in this section? How do you estimate vehicle trip generation for a project such as this?
We would first look at what is referenced here in the top of the paragraph just below the title block of estimated vehicle trip generation. We go to a published trip generation manual by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, which is our federal group, national group that is kind of coalesces all a wide variety of standards and methodologies for consistent practice in the United States. And this is published information based on empirical data collected at a wide range of different types of land uses throughout the U.S., whether it be fast food, housing, office, that type of thing. And so we would normally go to that manual and look to see what an appropriate trip rate would be to apply to the proposed use.
How did you apply that process here?
In this case, as I kind of mentioned up above, there is a congregate housing group for seniors that is documented in ITE and previously surveyed, but there's not a congregate housing or shared housing land use category that has been published by the IT community previously. It's a very unique project. But based on the expected market, the location and the type of group home that it is, there is or was another published category in the ITE trip generation. It's called off-campus student housing. And that was felt to be appropriate and reflective of similar types of shared housing existence that wasn't tied specifically to, on a campus where walk trips would be even more prevalent. So it's off campus. Residents would have to walk, take transit, or drive to a variety of other, whether it's to their job, to their school, to shop, those types of things. So it was felt to be reflective of the proposed use here and was accepted by the city.
So just to clarify, were you assuming by selecting that category that all of the residents in this project will be students?
No, we weren't. But what it did, the category reflects a similar group home type, and for students that choose to live off campus, while they do have school trips, they also have a wide variety of other trips that they have to have access to because they don't have a cafeteria, as an example. If they're on campus, they don't have shopping activities, student spaces immediately available for other resources and sundries and stuff. So a lot of those other trips they have to take outside of a campus environment to do their other daily activities. And so we felt that it was reflective of the proposed use.
Thank you.
For that reasons.
There may or may not be, but anything else you'd want to say about why that category was selected?
No, that's it.
Thanks. And then moving on to kind of what you're describing, the last page on paragraph on, well, I guess I'll just stay there. In the last paragraph on page 1, this is talking about what you do or how you apply the vehicle trip generation that you are assuming. And so to what purpose are you applying those numbers? That was not a well-worded question. Sorry. This says the vehicle trip generation from the manual was used to estimate weekly, weekday, daily, and then 2 types of peak hour traffic. What are those considerations?
Yeah, so in our normal evaluation of traffic impacts, we look at 3 different time periods on a typical weekday. The first is what is a typical weekday daily trip of the proposed use. And then we focus in on the peak hours of adjacent street traffic, the 1 hour that is the highest between 7 and 9 and 4 and 6 in the afternoon, 7 and 9 in the morning and 4 and 6 in the afternoon. And we do that for a couple of reasons. The PM peak hour is typically the highest commute period in totality throughout the course of a typical weekday. And so most jurisdictions will require us just to evaluate cumulative impacts of projects that occur during that simultaneous peak period or peak hour of commute. And the goal again to quantify, you'll see in this particular paragraph, there's also a discussion of the existing use, and there was some earlier testimony about the use of the church building that's currently there, although it sounds like it's unoccupied currently. But whenever we evaluate a project under SEPA or for a CUP, we always provide a comparative analysis of what is the difference between what could be generated there now or what is being generated there now, and what changes are likely to occur as a result of changing the use. And so there's a net calculation that's talked about here in terms of trip credits that is documented later on in the memo about how that. So we do trip generation calcs during those 3 time periods for both existing use, if there is one, and the proposed use to document the net difference.
Thank you. And so as you may have just been alluding to, in table 1 on page 2 of this exhibit R8, we have some of the conclusions that you reached based on those factors that you were just describing. So can you please walk us through what's being shown in this table?
Certainly, the column on the left is again a summary of those 3 time periods I talked about, weekday daily, and the respective weekday AM peak hour and weekday PM peak hour. And we broke them out by both the proposed use and the existing use. And the next 3 columns of data are, again, we separate out entering and exiting trips because each trip is a trip. So we have enter, exit, in and out during those each time frame for each one of the uses we're comparing, and a total. To demonstrate the difference of, while the proposed use is estimated to generate a total of 202 weekday daily trips, when you consider the removal of the existing use, an estimated 128 daily trips would result, and so on for both AM and PM peak hour.
Do trips here include trips on foot or by bicycle or transit?
These are all just vehicle trips. They do not include walk, bicycle, or transit trips.
And do they only include vehicle trips by residents of the project?
In this particular case, no, they don't. So a residential building generates a wide variety of trips besides those that are residents. There's guests, there's maintenance, there's, depending on the type of residential building, there's, leasing staff. In this case, there's an RA, but we're counting them as another resident. And so there's deliveries, there's a wide range of, the garbage truck comes and, the mail gets delivered. So it's all inclusive of trips being generated by a specific use.
Thank you. Moving on down the page to the section trip distribution. Can you tell us what trip distribution is and what your conclusions about it were here?
Certainly, trip distribution is one of those other often basic requirements that jurisdictions have to kind of give a first blush sketch at what the relative impacts are and where they might be occurring. So trip distribution is an assessment of where likely drivers are going to take their route to and from a specific use. This particular project is in a heavily grid system. And so there's multiple opportunities for them to take what is considered local residential streets onto collector arterials and then onto minor and principal arterials on their route. So that's often you'd see a more heavy demand or distribution, with fewer streets. But given the grid system, there's a fairly even distribution expected throughout the site vicinity based on that grid street system.
And are you saying that's essentially because both of how the streets are arranged in a grid and also essentially are they all fairly similar types of streets?
In the immediate vicinity, yes, they're all basically all local type streets.
And I'm jumping down to page 6 of this exhibit, which is the, I think, graphic that's referred to as attachment C by that trip distribution section. Is this a representation of what you were just describing?
Exactly. This is a visual representation of, again, it's an estimated distribution of vehicle trips, directional vehicle trips during the morning and afternoon, peak hours that we document to assist the city in kind of reviewing this preliminary analysis and determining if additional review of traffic impacts are warranted. Because of the relative net increase in traffic, or even if we're just looking at this project without the existing use, because they're very low from our perspective, they're very low peak hour trip generators in this particular case. The relative increase on any one street is not going to really be felt in a course of an hour, let alone over the day. But this just gives, again, if we're dealing with a project that was generating 200 trips, for example, in 1 hour, and we're assigning, 10%, that equates to 20 trips as an example, which is much more, is often a threshold or trigger that we would need to look at further for traffic operational or safety impacts. But that's what the intent of this graphic is.
Yeah. I guess just going off that, and we'll get to this a little more later as well, but I think we heard some testimony and there have been some claims that this is a dramatic increase in traffic in the neighborhood, and it's certainly an increase over, as your report reflects, over both the existing use type and what's currently happening on site. But just in terms of putting it in context in your experience, the type of project you've seen in neighborhoods like this or elsewhere, how would you respond to those assertions?
Well, the rule of thumb, or kind of, established by one of our federal guidebooks, is the American Association of State and Highway Transportation Officials, or AASHTO for short, which has a number of design and capacity and safety considerations on all different types of roadways, whether they're low volume, local streets, highways, just all the grid street system that we have here in the United States. And AASHTO defines the capacity of a local street, which is a majority of the streets throughout the US, as about having a capacity of 2,000 daily vehicle trips. That sounds like a lot, but throughout the course of the day, it's substantially more than what these streets are currently experiencing, and won't ever receive those types of levels based on the project itself. So I guess the bottom line, what I'm saying is there's plenty of capacity available to these local streets to accommodate this type of project.
Thank you. Going back up to page 3 of this exhibit R8, and looking at the section estimated demand for parking. Can you tell us what you were looking at here, and specifically why you chose the affordable housing category for parking demand?
The previous category that we had applied for trip generation is not documented in the parking generation manual by ITE. So we looked at another potential category that would be reflective or representative of the project. And given the affordable nature of the housing type, meaning we have shared housing, so naturally those housing costs are going to be shared among a number of people, and therefore the relative costs of rents are going to be on the affordable housing side. We applied that category here to be representative of the project. And from ITE, the parking generation is about just a little bit over half of stall per bed in this case. And I will say, this was a very conservative approach because the affordable housing category in ITE is not based on a per bed basis. It's based on a per unit basis. So an affordable housing type could have a studio, it could have a one bedroom, it could even have a two bedroom or more unit represented in it. And so when we applied a rate on a per unit basis to the number of beds equivalent, that's a very conservative estimate on how we are applying this category rather than applying the 11 bedrooms or units effectively within the project. We applied it on a per bed basis. So we felt it was conservative, but yet, representative.
So just to be clear, you're saying that in the ITE parking rate for affordable housing is 0.54, as we're seeing here, parking stall demand per housing unit, which might have multiple
Correct.
people in it, and here you're applying it to per bed or essentially per person in the project.
Correct.
Yeah. And hopefully without getting too deep into this, as I'm sure you heard a fair amount of testimony about it earlier today, did you hear Ms. Kane state earlier that the project is not committing to particular rent levels, is not going to be subsidized or rent restricted or designated in terms of affordability in that way?
I did hear that testimony, yes.
And is what you're saying that your choice of this use category was consistent with her description of affordability?
Yes, just purely from the fact that, again, it's a shared housing situation. And the shared housing by its nature is going to have rents that are going to be lower than if individual people were going to rent an entire unit by themselves. And so that still it felt it was representative of the project, and again on a conservative side.
Thank you. The last thing I wanted to note in this document, just still here on page 3, it references an on-site parking supply of 14 stalls. Has that plan changed since this report was written?
It has, yes.
And we will get to that in a moment. So I'm moving over to Exhibit R9, which is the April 2024 report prepared by your firm. And is this essentially an updated version of the document we were just looking at?
Yes, and it was updated for two reasons. One, there were some changes to the on-site parking supply and a reconfiguration of parking along the street, one of the street frontages. And so there was just an update in that regard. There was no change in the size of the project in terms of the number of residents or the building size. The other change that happened, at least from the big picture change, was that early on we heard from the community just that issues of street parking were of concern. So in working with the applicant in the city, we did an on-street parking utilization study and documented available supply and parking impacts to the street.
So let's talk about both pieces of that. So I'm looking at Well, I'm not sure exactly where the reference is, but just going over to Exhibit C3, page 1. As you just described, the project will be adding 8 angled parking stalls to the street. Is that right?
Yeah, they're replacing 5
Thank you. Yeah.
parallel stalls and adding 8 angle stalls to the
So
street.
adding 3 net
A
stalls to the
net,
street.
yep, stall increase. And as part of that, you can see on the site plan, 2 of those stalls will be ADA accessible.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask Mr. Gora more detailed questions about the site plan later, but is what we're looking at on the right side here, the parking lot area, which is being somewhat reduced from its current capacity due to the inclusion of yard space.
Yeah, that's the current site plan. And I'm not sure specifically of the yards. I do see the note there, but that's more of a land
Fair
use
enough. Yep.
question.
Okay, going back to your report, you mentioned the on-street parking utilization study, which is described here in Exhibit R9, pages 3 into 4. Can you tell us what that is, sort of both in general, and then what you did here?
Certainly. Well, there's a reference to the city of Seattle. The city of Seattle does have a very detailed, because they don't require a lot of any parking in many of their land use decisions for residential units. They have a very detailed process to document and inventory parking utilization in the context of development review. So we look to them as the guidebook for how to inventory and then um, existing available supply, and then also using our own methods and IT methods on when best to collect data. We went out and performed several surveys to determine the peak parking demand on the residential streets adjacent to the project. For this project, it's cited as 400 feet of inventory that we looked at, but it's actually slightly less than that. We're in coordination with the city, we restricted our inventory to essentially a block or 2 north and south and east and west of the primary study intersection, or the primary intersection where of the project site.
So sorry, just I guess to pick up on that. So as described here at the top of page 4, that was you looked at North Warner Street between North 22nd and North 25th, and then on North 24th Street between North Puget Sound and North Lawrence Street.
That's correct. That was the extent of our inventory and utilization surveys.
And as we can see, I believe from the map at page 10, if you consider the project to be located at the intersection of 24th and Warner, that's 1 block in each of the 4 directions.
Well, there's kind of half blocks there, but yep. To the north and south, there's actually there's some alleyways that appears to be on there, but essentially it's 1 block in each direction. Yep.
Thanks. So we were on page 4, and then you had mentioned how you chose the days when you conducted the study, which, as we see here, was or the days and times was recorded after 11 o'clock p.m. on Tuesday, April 16th, 2024, and Wednesday, April 17th, 2024. How did you pick those days and times?
Well, after we got authorization to proceed with the study, we always are careful to observe what would be considered typical days. So we don't count traffic or observe parking on Mondays and Fridays unless specifically asked to, because they're atypical. So typical Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays are very consistent in terms of traffic and parking demand. We also avoid holidays, special events, school breaks, summer conditions when a lot of folks are out of school and on vacation. Yeah, late August is a good example of when we try to avoid collecting data during that time. And, now that we're in the holiday season, we're definitely not collecting data this time of year for weather and other obvious reasons. A lot of people are just taking breaks, so it's very atypical conditions.
And when you're talking about determining the on-street parking supply and taking field measurements of on-street parking, are you just measuring the length of the block, or is there more that you're looking at?
When we go out and inventory for this type of survey, we actually physically walk each block face with the measuring wheel and demarcate where fire hydrants are, where driveways are, if there's any parking restrictions currently in place, if there's any construction going on and parking a stall is just not available, and offsets from each one of those to basically provide a lineal frontage of where a typical car can park and where they couldn't park. So if two driveways are closely spaced together, and they don't represent a certain distance, we don't count that as a stall just because you need offsets for turning in and out of driveways and those types of things. So.
Thank you. And further down on this page 4, we have table 1 describing or summarizing, I guess, the conclusions of your on-street parking study. And can you please describe what those conclusions were?
Certainly. On the left are the two scenarios essentially that we're documenting here. One is the existing conditions and then the future with the project. Again, the residential peak demand for parking is after 11, before 4 or 5 a.m. when everyone typically is all at home and sleeping. That's not always the case, but that's when predominantly everyone's is parked at their home or nearby. And you see the next column of data is on-street parking supply. It's currently at 86 that we field inventoried. And as part of the project, as we talked about, 3 additional stalls would be available to park in. The existing demand is the next column. Again, it's 47 stalls was the average peak that we observed in the field. The estimated demand under this project with the reduced with reduced on-site supply, we had an estimated spillover onto street parking of 17 stalls, up to 17 stalls. And so with the project, the total parking demand under existing would remain at 47, and with our project, it would increase to 64. And the final column of data is just a percent utilization of how the supply within that study area is currently being used. It's roughly 55%, and with the project, it would increase to approximately 72%.
As it says later on this page, there's a more detailed summary of those conclusions in Appendix D, which is on page 12 of Exhibit R9. Again, there may not be, but just looking at this, is there anything else that you would point out about the conclusions here?
About the conclusions, no, I wouldn't point anything out. This is just more of the detail of every street block face, what's the legal street parking and how it was utilized.
I guess one thing I'd ask actually is on the right-hand 2 columns under number of on-street parked vehicles was the total as shown here. You'd mentioned earlier that the overall total you assumed was an average. Was the total that you found here 46 vehicles on Tuesday and 47 vehicles on Wednesday?
Correct.
And so, Mr. Reed, what would happen if parking demand for this project is higher than you anticipate it being?
Well, if for some reason it's higher, if we look at that last set of data where we have a supply of 89 and a demand of 64, that means there's still 25 additional open stalls within the immediate vicinity of the project. And, that's within 1 block. And so that's there's still plenty of supply to accommodate any fluctuations in demand.
Thank you. Anything else you would want to say about parking before I move on?
No, sir.
Um, I am going now to the city's decision at page 16 of Exhibit C1. And this is the set of conditions that are attached to the conditional use permit. And do these conditions include under number 6 the addition of 3 streetlights along the project frontages with exact locations to be determined?
It does, yes.
And does condition number 8 here refer to the construction of a new speed hump on North 24th?
It does, yep. Immediately adjacent to the site.
And I asked that as context for I wanted to ask you to respond to the testimony that we heard about safety concerns and the arguments that introducing the number of vehicle trips that this project is predicted to generate into this neighborhood is going to pose a safety concern. Could you please respond to those assertions?
Well, the safety concerns are primarily typically in residential streets are speeding. I see that in my own neighborhood, but jurisdictions have a number of tools. We call them residential traffic management measures to address speeding and other cut through traffic. There's a wide variety of issues that we as traffic engineers deal with. So speed humps are one measure. We're asked to perform, nor did we. I saw any evidence in our files about there actually being an existing speeding concern here, documented. So I assume that the city is just wanting to kind of preempt potential concerns in the neighborhood to implement this measure as a way to mitigate the potential for speeding, but essentially it's one of those tools to calm traffic within a neighborhood street. These streets have parking on both sides of the street. There's, lots of, when you have parking, especially parallel parking, you have car doors opening on occasion, people parking, making parking maneuvers to go in and out. There's lots of other what I would call street friction factors that are present in a number of residential streets, but this is one other treatment that the city can implement to address those types of concerns.
What do you mean by friction factors?
Friction factors are both kind of horizontal and vertical elements of the streetscape. So the narrower the street is, as an example, if you have parked cars or just a narrow section, it creates friction to the driver to naturally calm their speed. A vertical treatment like this, which is a speed hump, also calms your speed just because it's like driving over a driveway ramp at 25 miles an hour. So it's not very comfortable. And so those types of treatments are ones that are implemented to kind of manage speeds within local residential streets.
And I guess this will touch on what I asked you before, or what you were saying about the carrying capacity of the streets. But I guess in thinking about the safety concern and the sort of overall volume of traffic that will be introduced by the trips generated by this project, how frequently those trips might be passing by, do you have any safety specific concerns regarding how this will function given that number of daily trips?
I don't. It's just to kind of put it into, like you mentioned, frequency is always a good thing to try to translate more real terms into measurable real-time or real-life experience, I guess, for lack of a better word. So the 200 roughly daily trips that the project we estimate to generate over the course of that normal hour or time period throughout the day where everyone's traveling roughly 18 hours because 6 hours people are at home and are sleeping. If you divide that 200 over the 18 hours and you divide that by the number of minutes in each hour, you get about one trip every 5.5 minutes, maybe 6 minutes, something like that. So it's not a very frequent generation throughout the course of what would be considered a typical 18-hour day of when majority of people are making their trips. And the net increase in traffic was about, as I recall, 10 or 11 trips in the course. Again, that's over an hour. So it's in that same kind of frequency of volume throughout the course of the day.
Thank you. Anything else you would want to say on the subject of safety that I haven't asked you?
I would just say there's a couple other, pedestrian ramp upgrades that are also noted on this page that we're looking at right now that outside of the lighting, which is also really good, just improves safety at night and walkability. But, anytime you can upgrade a curb ramp that provides for a safer transfer for folks with disabilities or even just the general walking public, it provides for a safer pedestrian experience in how those pedestrian facilities function.
Thank you. That is all my questions on direct.
Okay. I don't have any questions. So, Mr. Hinman, cross-examination for this witness.
Yeah, I do have some questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Reed.
Afternoon.
A number of my questions may end up sounding similar to those of Mr. Cartman. I'm just trying to understand kind of the analysis that went into this report. So I think you touched on this briefly. What's your relationship to Mr. Chin, who it looks like authored this report?
He's one of the employees that works here at 10W or Transportation Engineering Northwest.
So did you author this report, or did you work together on this report?
I reviewed and approved the report, yes.
Okay. So, and I see this first document, I don't think I'm sharing it with you, so I suppose let's do that. I'm putting up one of the documents you discussed at length with Mr. Cartman. This is what's been marked Exhibit R8. Are you seeing it on your screen now?
I am, yes.
So I see the date on this document is August 22nd, 2022. The data that went into this presumably would have been current as of that date. Is that
Correct.
about accurate? Is that accurate?
Correct, yes.
Yeah. Now, did you work with the project applicant in preparing this document?
Well, we took information that the applicant gave to us to create the document in terms of the site plan and the program and that kind of stuff. And by program, I don't mean operational program. I mean how many beds and that kind of thing.
Okay. So fair to say when you're doing a report like this, you need to rely on the documents about the project as you've received them from the applicant.
Correct.
And here that meant the site plan. Did you say any other documents from them that you relied on?
Not that I'm aware of. There's probably a lot of other correspondence we had just in terms of asking questions and scoping our work with the city staff and based on what they would require as well.
So looking at the body of this report, so you kind of summarize the project. The proposed project would provide housing for up to 50 residents in a congregate housing use with common areas for socializing and dining. I think on direct you mentioned that the manual you're working from does have a description of congregate housing.
It does. It's discrete to the term congregate is discrete to a senior congregate facility.
Okay. Did you think that applied to this project?
The senior congregate category? No. It's just a term in our manual that represents group housing.
Which manual is that?
The trip generation manual.
So the trip generation manual does refer to group housing.
It only refers to group housing using the word congregate specifically for seniors.
I see. So what you're saying is the trip generation manual does refer to congregate housing, but the only version of that it has refers to seniors, which is why, as we'll get to in a minute, and I think you discussed on direct, you had to look for some comparisons for other types of projects.
Other representative uses that were published, correct.
And so the one that you ended up landing on, and I'll start with the traffic generation before we move into the parking. But the one that you landed on for a comparison for trip generation was student off-campus housing. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I see part of that analysis was based on the description of the project you received from the applicant, correct?
Part of it was, yeah, it's a group housing. It's as we heard earlier testimony, it's in walk proximity to several universities or schools. Mm-hmm.
And the project description says proposes to convert an existing church into a congregate housing project for young adults, with the primary purpose of providing affordable housing to residents in a community setting. So is it fair to say when you're looking at the project description as providing young adult housing, that makes it more likely you're going to consider student housing as a comparison?
It does. Mm-hmm.
Do you think if the project were not congregate housing project for young adults, but a general group housing facility for all people, would that change the comparison in your mind to student housing?
It would depend on how, the number of beds. I have to preface that just because it would depend on the number of beds in that group housing situation. This particular project is definitely set up more of like dormitory is not the right word, but there's multiple beds within, a number of bedrooms. So it is definitely a shared housing situation. So I can't say that it's going to apply to any type of potential unknown use, but it felt we felt it represented the project being proposed.
And you felt at that time in 2022 when you were analyzing it for young adults?
Correct.
So, yeah, I think you stated in the report, there's no published or documented trip generation rates for such a residential community. And by such a residential community, you mean what we just discussed, this congregate housing facility.
Correct.
I know you mentioned, and well, like I said, we'll get to parking, but to jump briefly to something you said while we were discussing parking, I think you mentioned you used a category type for affordable housing. Is there a similar category type available for trip generation?
I believe there is. Mm-hmm.
Is there a reason you chose not to select that type for trip generation?
Again, when I talked about the affordable category in discussing parking generation, affordable housing is on a per unit basis. There's not a bed count in there. And so affordable units in the context of trip generation would be not representative or as representative as this category would be, because as I described, a unit could be a studio, it could be a one bedroom, it could be a two bedroom. And in this case, where there was no equivalent type of ratio that seemed, we didn't want to overestimate trip generation demand when it was on a per unit basis for affordable units.
So I just want to make sure I understand that. So the affordable housing category would be calculating on a per dwelling unit basis because it's kind of built to be considering an apartment building,
Correct.
whereas the student housing is considering on a per bed basis.
It is, and it is a group housing category that's more reflective of the actual project.
What makes you say it's more reflective of the actual project?
Because it's on a per bed basis in a group housing.
So the reason you selected this is not based on any characteristic of the potential residents who may one day reside here, but is based on this being the only category that allowed you a per bedroom calculation of trips.
No, it's not the only category. It is the most representative category that was on a bed basis that represented the project in a group housing format.
Do you think, let's just assume for a second that this project fills with people, there's 50 residents based on the original applied project, and the one that I believe was considered back in August of 2022. And it turns out none of those residents in this facility are students. They all have full-time jobs. Do you think that would change the likely number of trips that the facility would generate?
Potentially, but when we consider the type of group housing that is proposed here, and the fact that it's going to be essentially, from my perspective, be attracting people who are on the definitely on the affordable side and have lower than normal auto ownership or no auto ownership at all, um, and are looking for a housing situation where it's less than renting a room or renting a unit, um, and is in a location where there's plenty of pedestrian facilities and transit within walking distance and schools. It would make sense that this is the being the most representative.
So, and I won't take you through the whole back and forth we had about affordable housing that we went through with some other witnesses earlier. But when you use that term affordable, what do you mean?
As I mentioned earlier in my testimony, there's a wide variety of methods to measure affordable. We do a lot of affordable projects that are targeting 60 and 80% of median income. Anyway, there's a wide variety of what measures on affordable. And so inherent within a project like this are affordable components is because you're sharing space, common space, bedroom space with a number of other tenants to essentially reduce that cost. And so it's going to attract a certain market of folks that if that are going to reflect a more affordable component than if you were a housing situation than you would if you were going to rent a unit by yourself.
So I was right there with you at the start of your answer where you were talking about calculations based on 60, 80% median income as that's the calculation of affordability that I'm used to seeing. When you considered that and the likely trip generation associated with this project, were you presuming that this project would meet one of those affordability thresholds?
We were not, no.
So then when you say affordable, that's not what you meant.
No, I mean affordable. I just don't mean affordable in those terms in this particular case.
So is there a basis you have for saying the people who rent this facility are less likely to generate trips than from any other apartment building, for example?
Again, this gets down to the type of housing it is, which is a group setting. And so inherently, these are going to be this is going to be a more affordable housing situation than a typical unit or apartment building would.
And you say that without taking into account the price point of an apartment or a group housing bed.
I do, because specifically this complex will have to compete with all the other rental opportunities in the neighborhood.
So we've talked quite a bit about this category that you use to calculate the likely trips. I would now like to kind of turn to those numbers themselves and the analysis you did based on that assumption. So this chart I'm looking at, do you see it on your screen? I think it's at page 2 of the exhibit,
I do.
table 1. So when that says 101 trips in, 101 trips out, is that peak trips? Is that total daily trips?
It's in the category that says weekday daily trips.
I see. So the peak trips are on these following tables. Are those in addition to the daily, or are those included in the daily?
They're included in the daily.
So if there are 50 people in this facility, then we're assuming a total of approximately 2 trips in, 2 trips out for each of those individuals each day.
No, because it's not there's not a direct correlation between that under that assumption. It assumes everyone has a car under that scenario that you just described, which isn't going to be the case.
Well, irrespective of whether they have the car, the number of trips based on the number of individuals would work out to that math, correct?
Yes, from a math perspective.
And so then I also want to look at this less existing use trips. This is based on the number of daily trips for what was the previous use, which was the church. Is that right? That's this
That's
37
correct.
and 37 out. Is that number calculated on a particular day of the week?
On a weekday.
Okay, that's not like averaged for the week, anything like that.
It's an average weekday. It doesn't represent a weekend condition.
So we have trips that are associated with this particular project, and what was at this particular project before? Did your analysis include any investigation into daily trips on these residential streets from the other homes in the area, or the current use of those streets?
No, it did not.
So this is purely looking at, again, assuming not all the residents have cars and an equivalent number of them have cars to those who would live in off-campus group housing, or student housing, excuse me, that this is the increase in use, irrespective of how much use is currently being made of those roads.
Correct.
And I think you said this on direct, but I just want to make sure I heard correctly. That number includes things like food delivery, Amazon delivery trucks, any vehicle that would be going to this particular site?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. If you were considering one of these other potential use categories that I proposed, other than off-campus student apartment housing, if you considered it to be, for example, multi-family housing, an apartment building, would that increase the number of trips?
No, because then we would take the number of bedrooms, aka units, and apply the trip rate to that.
How is that different from what you did when comparing it to student housing?
Because it's on a different basis. An apartment project is based on a per unit basis, and a group situation, or in this particular student apartment housing, it's on a per bed basis.
So I'm trying to understand the math that you're doing there. So the per unit number of trips is going to be higher for the apartment building, but what you're saying is, what exactly are you saying?
Is there's not 51 units in this project. There's 51 beds. And so we can't apply a unit basis to the project, a trip count per unit basis. As I kind of described in the parking methodology, we did use the affordable apartment rate, but that is on a per unit basis, not on a per bed basis. So it's really very conservative in how we applied it.
I think we've mostly explored that area, so I'll ask one quick more question on that before moving off of it. Would you agree that students are less likely to own cars than non-students?
I think that's fair, yeah.
So I'd like to talk about this parking part of the study as well. And so here we're no longer dealing with the category of student housing. Can you say again why you use different categories for these two different analyses?
There was no category of parking. There was no parking studies for off-campus student housing that have been documented by ITE. So we looked at what I would call the best representative rate in our parking generation manual to apply to the project.
And you believed that the most representative rate was the affordable housing code.
The affordable housing, yep, land use category.
And is that defined in the ITE to mean any particular area median income threshold?
It is not, no.
Does it have a definition?
I'm sure it does, but there's not a specific, because this is a national, book of studies, and there are a wide range of, depending on where you're in the country, of what defines affordability. There's no metrics within ITE onto what is the true definition of affordability.
So using this affordable housing category that you selected, you determined that this particular project needs a total of 28 parking stalls?
That it had an estimated peak demand of 28 parking stalls, yes.
So how are you, what do you mean is different by the way that you phrased it from how I asked it?
Uh, well, if we're going to get into semantics, your question uh, alluded to the fact that we needed to provide 28 stalls on site.
I see. So you're saying the project has demand for generally 28 total parking spaces, whether those are on site or on street parking or elsewhere.
Correct.
So the total assessment for these 51 people in this particular building is that they're going to generate approximately, I think we landed on 2 trips in and 2 trips out per day and require 28 parking stalls or 28 parking spaces.
Again, I won't agree to the first part of your statement because that's just a math. Uh, it's not representative of there's not a person to trip ratio. We'll just put it that way. But I do agree with the 28 stalls.
Do you agree that more people generally does mean more trips?
No, I'm just saying that how you're trying to portray or ask a question about trip generation, it doesn't fit within my definition.
Fair enough. So we've spent a lot of time on this R8. I know on direct examination, you then jumped to R9. Why were you asked to prepare this supplemental memo that I've just put on the screen as Exhibit R9?
As I mentioned previously, there's two primary reasons. One, there was a change in the site plan, and two, we had completed uh, the parking inventory and utilization study in the neighborhood immediately adjacent to the site.
So the goal here was to look into the parking availability outside of the parking lot and the parking spaces specifically built for this project.
Correct.
And I think scrolling down to the upshot of that study. And I think you went into quite a bit of detail on how this study was performed. You had gone out and at a particular time each day and determined how many spaces are available in front of various people's houses in the neighborhood.
Within those two bullet points at the top of the street or the top of the page, those are the limits of our surveys. It wasn't the entire neighborhood.
So fair to say if this project is approved, and a part of that project is going to mean a lot more cars in front of people's houses in the neighborhood.
Well, we documented a net potential increase of up to 17 stalls on street.
And that's based on your calculation of a needed total 28 spaces for this facility, of which I take it 11 are accounted for on the site itself.
11 are on site, correct. Yeah.
So if there are more cars at the facility, then that will take up additional parking spots.
If there's more demand generated, hypothetically, then yes, additional street supply would be utilized.
And one way to generate additional demand would be if a higher percentage than you've calculated of the residents own vehicles.
That is correct.
I think you also briefly talked on direct about the danger of additional traffic in the neighborhood and it primarily being associated with speeding. Do you recall that?
I did.
Would you agree that with more trips to and through the neighborhood, there's a higher likelihood of accidents?
Um, there's always some small measurable risk in increased safety with increased traffic demands.
So one additional part of your study, I think you tried to assess the likely distribution into various directions. Am I putting up that part of the study?
Correct.
And that's based on what's in each of those directions?
We use a couple different methods in assigning trips. One is we look at where, for example, where the primary either on-site or side access would be, on-site parking or side access would be, and how the streets lead to a larger streets as they or more free flow streets that lead away from the site. We, in more detailed studies of higher trip generating uses, we would research the existing utilization of the surrounding streets or site access, and then sometimes weight our distribution based on existing travel patterns. In this particular case, you can see kind of the width in the background exhibit of North 21st Street is a much wider street. It's probably a collector street, in contrast to the North 24th Street in terms of it, which is more of a local street for sure. And by both Alder and is another example, that North-South Street on the right side of the page is also a wider street. Therefore, it's a lot higher class street and would likely receive traffic.
So it's purely based on the width of the streets in the area?
Well, the width or the relative capacities, and also how they would be used, and again, where the side access would be.
I see.
Nine minutes for today left, just so everybody knows where we're at time-wise.
All right. I don't think I have any other questions.
Mr. Victor, do you have cross-examination questions for this witness?
I do not have cross, Mr. Examiner. Thank you.
Mr. Karpman, you've got 9 minutes for redirect if you need it.
I hope I will only use a couple of them. Mr. Reed, just in terms of the use categories that you selected, do you have any concerns about whether you selected the correct category for trip generation for this project, even though residents at the group house will not be limited to young adults?
I do not.
And is there anything more you'd want to say on that based on your discussion with Mr. Hinman?
No, I don't think so. I think I try my best to, again, it's representative of the type of group housing that's here. And given the proximity of this site to, as other testimony to other universities, I'm not going to say it's going to be all filled with students, but there's going to be some students in there. And there may be others as well that are not students, of course, but it's representative of a group housing situation with bedrooms. And so it's reasonable to apply that category.
Yeah, and as with the previous question, I think you've said this several times now, but just to clarify, do you have any concerns with whether you selected the correct category for parking demand, even though the house will not be designated, as we've discussed, at a particular level of affordability?
Again, no, I'm not, specifically because we applied a per unit parking generation rate to a per bed. So I think it's a conservative method that we applied in this case to estimate total parking demand.
Thank you. Anything else you would like to speak to further that Mr. Hinman asked you about?
Not for me.
That's all my questions. Thank you.
All right, so rather than trying to call next witness and do something in 6 minutes, I think we'll go ahead and call it for today. Where that leaves us is with, let's see, too many things open on the screen. 2 more witnesses for the applicant's case in chief, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We're anticipating testimony to be relatively the same length as Mr. Reed or longer, or what are we looking at?
Yes, I think relatively the same length, if not shorter.
Okay. And then we have the city. The city has 2 witnesses. I may have more questions for the city's witnesses than I had for other witnesses to this point today. And I think it goes to some of the legal issues that we're talking about in the opening remarks from the 2 attorneys who've presented so far today. But I think we should be able to finish up tomorrow, I hope. Everybody good to go starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow, just as we did today?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Not seeing any violent reactions there, and we've got the audible responses now, so that's good. So we will do that. We will get started tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. You all have the Zoom information link, I think, in the Outlook invites that were sent to you from my office. Is there anything that we need to address today, question-wise, procedure-wise, before we wrap up for the day and get ready to reconvene tomorrow? Mr. Carpman, go ahead.
I wanted to ask about closing. Do you have a sense of whether you would prefer oral or written closing? And I'm wondering, given the amount of briefing that there's been on I think what are well agreed at this point to be legal questions, whether you anticipate any questions to the attorneys or anything along the lines of oral argument on those questions.
Maybe still some questions to the attorneys on a handful of things. Oral closing or written closing. There are, I mean, we've had factual testimony to this point during day one. Maybe there are some things that you want to verbally argue there. I don't know. I don't really have a strong preference one way or the other. I do have a very strong aversion to really long oral closing arguments. I don't like closing arguments to be a play-by-play recounting of everything that happened during the 2 days previous to that, because all that does is just, put my head near to exploding. I have the recording. I don't need that kind of a recount. I've had attorneys do it before. I will tell you right now, I don't think it helps you. It doesn't help me because, again, I have the recording and I go back over the recording in depth on the way to issuing my written decisions on something like this. So I think let's just see where we're at tomorrow when we do get to that point. If the parties have a strong preference for written over oral, I'll certainly take that into account. I'll probably put a page limit on it like I did with the pre-hearing briefs, because there's been a lot already to this point with the motion pleadings and the pre-hearing briefs. And unless something new has come up, I don't know. So we'll see when we get there, and if the parties have a preference, and if there's a consensus on that amongst the 3 of you, I will certainly take that strongly into account. Mr. Carpman, your hand.
Sorry, I was just going to ask. I think both Mr. Hinman and I referenced the motion pleadings in our pre-hearing briefing. Is it fair to assume that the examiner will look back at those arguments as they might apply here?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And interestingly enough, even with referencing and incorporating, we still made it to about 20 pages, at least for the 2 applicants, or the 2 appellants anyway. The city was more succinct. So, anything from NTNU, Mr. Hinman, that we need to address here as we're wrapping things up today?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Mr. Victor?
Nothing further from the city. Thank you.
Okay. And everybody's witnesses are all going to be available tomorrow. We don't have any issues in that regard. Okay. All right. Well, thank you for your presentations to this point. Everyone have a good evening, and we will see you back right here tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Thank you.